sucks because my cohort right now is arguing. None of them want to take a class with like the one professor who's in my era. So I'm like dreading the idea that it's gonna be like me and Stein on like a one-on-one course. That I don't want it to be one-on-one. He's an annoying guy to talk to. So I'm like, at least one of you, please, someone else, please take this class with me. So it's just not the Cheryl and Stein 3-hour commiseration period.
And do you want to put your character's name in your box when you get a chance? Yeah, no worries.
That's correct.
It was funny. I'm the main person always asking. I literally always forget it. Like when I play your games, the first thing I forget to do. All right.
The fun thing also is if you have a different DM using your Zoom account, then they'll forget it. Like, you're not Malcolm.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh man. All right. Okay. So the last time we played, we started this kind of, like I said, this mini series campaign of Alien, where some of your characters came from other games that you played, some were brand new, and for the most part what we did is we met this group on Novgorod, which is a station, a standard kind of space station, typical of different travelers and people from all over, kind of a midpoint, you guys were all shuttled there or got there on your own, kind of took a ship there, but you were going to be given your objectives, your directives for Weyland Yutani, and you were going to be given a ship. So you didn't arrive on the ship you actually took off on. You were given like the keys and everything there. There you met Jarvis, the corporate liaison, who kind of gave you all a little bit more on the mission, which what you know so far to kind of get everybody back up to speed is that you all are acting as these independent contractors. Well, you're basically independent contractors working for Weyland Yutani, and you're delivering supplies to it's called the Kruger 60 system, the star system, also known as Ariarchus, yes. And so the next location that you are going to deliver is to a colony in that sector called LV-038. And so you've been told, that's all, as much as you've been told about the mission is that some of the supplies are for Weyland Yutani, but not to let, you basically, you know that the cover of what you all know that the cover of what you're delivering is really, what you're delivering is these 40 like pressure suits. There are 5 containers of basic like firearms and ammunitions, all sealed, not opened. You've got 5 containers of off-world survivor supplies and things like that. But you all know that that's pretty much what's on your docket. But you haven't been privy to your real cargo. Other than that, once you got there and once you got the information, you would then update it that you needed to break out or get someone who was on the upper levels of Novgorod and free her. She was a patient. That was Katarina's character, Arden James, who was a scientist who survived the encounter with the predators on 8S Disbustus. That's the name of that planet, a jungle planet. When she escaped, Arden, like I heard you guys talking about, wanted to get access and get a hold of this weapon. It was the one thing that the predators gave her and the other character, which I forget his name, who died. It was Colin's other character who was running as an NPC. And you guys, just in that final moment of breakout, another group was coming up. Basically, they were coming to be collected, both him, and probably whatever artifacts were there. And it all kind of went to shit for a second. There was a shootout in the hallway. There were people running. The fire extinguisher went off. You guys were trying to get down the elevator. Holiday was prime and getting the ship ready to get the F out of Dodge. Even was able to convince some people who were coming into the docking bay, asking some questions. She was able to get those folks to go away, and then piloted that thing, got out of there before they could close the doors and before they could act. And that's where we all left off, with you all kind of floating off into space, about to continue on your journey. But some questions to ask yourself is, why did they have you break this new person out? Who is she? You know, she must be important to Weyland Yutani. Why? And also now you have this new crew that you kind of have to get to know. Is there anything else that anyone else would add to that? Maybe.
Does anyone recall the name? Because we were told the name of the company that was gonna pick up Arden James. Does anyone have that, or did?
Yes. So it was either, if I go back far enough in my notes, I want to say that it was a higher tier of Seek, because there's Bionational and there's Weyland Yutani and then there's Seekson. But I want to say that it was a upper level of Seekson. It might have been Bionational who was going to come pick them up, because that was that, and they were going to take them from the Seekson station, and so you guys broke her out before then.
Bionational was the company we were originally working for on.
Yes.
Was it Furina 161?
And then you guys moved over to Weyland. Yes. Although you guys on the Furina planet, which is basically from Alien 3, where you guys are working in the waters. That was Bionational who you worked for. Yes, so that's the connection there. So all you get the feeling that there's basically a lot of corporate espionage going on. People are trying to get a hold of this stuff. And if you would have heard that name, then yeah, that would be definitely an eyebrow raiser. We do have miniatures tonight. The game will still play the way we typically do, but sometimes we might use them to mark where things are on the map. For that purpose, if you can see up in your whichever corner you see the miniatures, this guy here in the red is going to be Rafa alone. And in the yellow, this miniature here, it's kind of a yellow, it's going to be Barnes. And then in the blue, it's going to be Joe Nelson's character. And then we've got over here, this gentleman, he's looking a little haggard. He's got the Uzis. I know you don't have those on you, but that's going to be our corporate guy. That's going to be Yarvis. Yeah. And then this is going to be Arden. Looking out in that purplish color. And then another lighter blue, this is going to be Holiday. So just so that when you're kind of tracking your miniatures on your map, and this is your ship here, the USC SS Phoenix. We talked about you guys being able to change the name of your ship, but I had to give the ship a name because I imagine the ship is just not sitting in the bay with like no name. So for now, it is called a USC SS Phoenix, and I'm sure there also are like places where you can dock your ship and take it if you wanted to have it like renamed and all that, and paperwork redone and all that stuff. So, or even armaments upgraded on it, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, man, I think that's everything we got right now. Should we get started? All right, excellent. So you guys have just escaped Novgorod, putting your pretty much pedal to the metal, taking that ship out into the space, using that FTL drive and hammering it as fast and as hard as you can through the void. And we open our tonight's session where you're all sitting in the galley. That is if you're looking on Roll20, if you want to use that also for focus, you should be able to see a little layout of the ship. The galley is, you can look kind of like the kitchen area. It's right there at the center. It's to its north, or if you want to call it north, that would be where the main command center is, like, where your piloting would be done. And then in that same room off to the side, you can see where Mother is. You guys have a med bay. The little Cairo docket, that's where the room is where you all would basically go into hyper sleep. And if you don't recall, your job was to, once you got going, is to have a 5-day shift awake and then to go into a sleep for about 70 days and then wake up and have a 5-day shift preparing to land. So we're going to pick up where it's been almost, it's going on 3 days. And it's around, let's say, 10 a.m. in the morning, if, whether though just, by the clock, though you never see the sun. It's all that kind of stale, kind of dim light, sound of pipes. The ship constantly groans like it's an old, ship built in the 50s, the 40s or the 50s. And you're all sitting around the galley, maybe having breakfast. And I'll kind of turn it over to the party. And a couple things you could do for me is just kind of remind us, maybe a little couple things about your appearance, maybe describe how you're acting, what your job is, and if there's anything else you want to share in terms of like maybe what you've been doing for the past couple of days leading up into this point. So far, it's been smooth sailing, but I will kind of turn over to the party, kind of sitting around. What do we see happening here?
So I know Arden would have been spending pretty much the past 2 days, any and all free time, studying like blood samples that I have, to try and figure out their properties and all that fun stuff.
Are these blood samples that were pulled off of Novgorod?
Yeah, so they were the blood samples or whatever that I had from the Predator planet.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, she grabbed those when we were leaving.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the one thing I was able to recover. So.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And so you've been studying those, and I think what you've been able to, since there's been no stress in the encounter, you've just been able to study at your leisure, and they were the green blood samples, correct?
Sure. I don't remember.
Were they of an alien?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'm gonna assume they were then. So I'm gonna read they're kind of these dried green, green flecks that used to have this fluorescent color in nature, and they, I don't know what you're calling the creature, but you can tell that they are from that Rastafarian figure, and you've been able to note that the creature's blood, while its color is different, is very similar to that of a human, in terms of its DNA is even similar, and so you continue to study. If there's anything else that you come up with, I'll share that soon. What's Arden doing as we come in and see her this morning, or is she often, basically, it will assume she had to take a break from studying and coming in.
Breakfast has to happen. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Yeah, we have Rafa Bellone. His last name suggests, a little bald spot. He's pretty big guy at 6'2", and a lot of scars, a few tattoos. He's an ex-colonial Marine, but the crew enjoys having him around because he's also a cook. So he's making some quesadillas for the crew. We're not really sure if it's cheese, but it's something wrapped in a tortilla. And he's just, it's 10 a.m. He's like, come on, everybody, we'll get a little breakfast for everybody. He's just serving those up. He's just trying to pass the time.
Yeah, it seems like he's also trying to maybe, give everybody a little pep in their step. Clearly, everybody's a little groggy. It's kind of waking up, kind of slow, kind of coming in, scratching their sides. So yeah, he's making his little tortilla cheese mix thing.
Yeah.
Holiday is like sitting there trying to freshen up the nail polish. Maybe has one of those little boxes from the Fifth Element, just fixing up, making sure everything always looks sharp.
Yes.
Trying to like, it's still wet, so she's like tearing the quesadilla, trying not to smudge the fingernails.
Don't worry, it'll be fine. Just you can fix your nails when you need to with that thing. Enjoy
I know,
it.
that's why I'm doing it now, so that I don't have to do it later.
Great.
I'm pretty sure nail polish is not good for you.
I'm sure whatever's inside this tortilla is not good for me either, but you don't hear me complaining about that, do you?
Oh, come on, that's a low blow. Come on, just enjoy it.
So Barnes comes walking in. She's clearly been up for a couple of hours already. And so she goes up to the food and asks if there's any hot sauce she can have to add to it.
Oh, of course. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. What kind do you have today?
No, we got mild. We got.
I love you, Eddie. Thanks, man. We need to like open it. It's great. Keep it.
We got mild. There's one that I make with some special ingredients. It gets a little hot.
What color is it? So is it a normal color?
It's orange. Right.
I'll take some of the orange. It's right here.
That's a good choice. That'll wake you up.
So she has him put on a scoop of the hot sauce, and she grabs her burrito or whatever it is and takes it, sits down, and just starts chowing down on it.
It's like think of like a habanero. Fairly hot, but not. You can still enjoy the quesadilla.
She just rolls it up, and she's just shoveling it in.
See, I told you.
At that point, Jarvis sits down, and immediately as he walks in, he's kind of like a heavier set dude, with like his hair gelled back, like immaculately but heavy, like gel. And immediately as he walks in, there's like a waft of like cheap cologne, right? It's like heavily. It's just like it just mixes in with like the smell of Rafa's cooking, and he grabs himself a quesadilla, and he's like, "Ooh, I call this sauce fire," and he just like splurs it on and takes a bite as well.
Hermano, enjoy it.
Yes.
Yeah. So Nelson's kind of been the peanut gallery so far. He's been in the corner. You can see he's tired because it's kind of like a new ship. He's coming from a very safety-oriented background, so he's gone completely over the ship just to make sure everything is above board. And he might not admit it, but he kind of likes it because he's busy and people aren't bothering him. It's just chilling out with his quesadilla already mostly finished.
Joe, do you need another one? Come on, buddy. Come on, join us.
Yeah, bring it up.
All right, I'll get a fresh one sent your way.
You guys are so Rafa's just getting those things going, and this has been, pretty you guys have been going through these days, your normal like day in like your shifts, your routines, your work, your jobs on the ship, whatever those look like. I also want to ask one question. When you guys left, and would you have gone dark with your comm systems out of fear that someone may try to track you down? Now, know that if you do that, it's kind of not, it's known to be something that pirates, smugglers, and only military do. So it puts you in a huge question mark if you get caught doing it, because the way the ships work in the future is like upon approaching each other, they typically have like both computer systems will respond and let the other ship know what they're looking at, what the ship is. Is this a cargo ship? It will like pretty much your systems will self-identify. If you turn those off, they will not do that. I just want to know, did you guys, yes or no, did you turn your systems off, and are they still off now? or are they?
Well, would we have been able to program it so that it maybe communicates a different identification? Because I mean, it's kind of suspicious if we're going dark, and then I don't know if we can really see what's going on. But would rather not go completely dark if we don't have to.
It would take some serious kind of hacking with the main system that maybe Barnes is capable of. I'm not sure. Barnes, would you like to give me a ComTech to make that? A fail could damage some of the ComTechs on the ship. You wouldn't know it, but it might make little sensors and things could add some.
A fail alerts them to our exact location.
Yeah.
Okay, so ComTech. Let's see. How do I play this game again?
Yeah.
How many dice do I need?
Right, D8s.
So it's wits, right? It's wits plus ComTech. Right. How many numbers you roll, and all you need is 1 6. There's no stress, so you just need a 6 to succeed. And if you roll more 6, you can do a stunt, which that stunt might be I think one of them is like you can automatically succeed another ComTech check, something like that.
So I got 2 6s.
Okay, you can tell me, we can keep going, but you can tell me what you want to do with that second 6 a little bit later. But so you have, so Barnes has been able to set the system up where you guys read as another. Do you know right now what you read as if another ship was approaching? Do you, if not, like it's usually just like, is it a, are you a commercial, are you a freighter? Like you probably read as the same thing with maybe a slightly different name and a different kind of like license plate.
Yeah, we want to be as unassuming and unsuspicious as possible. So we don't want to be identified by senior's cruise.
We disguise ourselves as the USS Calypso.
So, as you guys are talking,
plays a little music in the background when you scan us.
As you guys are talking, suddenly you start to hear, there's a motion tracker that's kind of sitting on, and maybe Rafa left it on, and you start to hear motion. It starts to beep as though it's picking up motion on the ship, and it's sitting in the corner right next to you, Rafa, like maybe a couple feet away.
I think we have a little problema here.
You not kill what's in the quesadilla, or?
Can we hear what's going on?
You guys can hear that beeping, and so if he picks it up, he can see like where the movement is. He hasn't told me if he's doing that though, or if anyone's doing it. If everyone's picking up, it's pretty much as a handheld.
Yeah, so I pick it up and I can go.
Don't tell me we have rats in here.
Oh, he's not let it be rats.
No, they're all dead. Trust me.
Oh.
So Rafa, there's one little beep flashing, and it's if you look and roll 20, it's coming from this cargo. It's like from this cargo bay that's almost right under the galley, but it's over, to the west, and something's moving around in the container.
Look, and Rafa kind of puts the rest of the quesadillas aside and kind of goes to the dining table, little tables there, and kind of sets the sensor down. And all right, looks like we got something moving just below us here.
And it looks like it's kind of shuffling, like it's moving between the containers. And it's not a rat. It's like humanoid size, because like the blip probably wouldn't even pick up rats. First of all, it's set to pick up like large objects, but settles in very quickly that something or someone is moving around in your cargo bay.
Ross, is there any chance that cargo you gave us has a stowaway in it?
I wasn't made aware of it.
Oh, well.
But
that doesn't rule it out, unfortunately. Don't worry, I've worked for Yutani too.
Right, yeah.
Well, as our liaison, time to go greet our new friend, right?
And I'll stand up and kind of like rub my chest down, like, of course, as as a Yutani rep, I will definitely check who's down there.
I'll go ahead and I'll back you up, boss man.
I appreciate that, good sir.
As I snag what is the thing that I have? I have my cutting torch.
Oh.
Wait, I have a quesadilla in one hand, cutting torch in the other.
So just those two
are there any cameras or anything in that room that we could tap into from here to try to see
unfortunately
what might be in that room? No?
Super old school 80s hardware there. They don't even have good cameras in the...
Need to work on that.
Just always remember that the alien tech, it's in the future, but it feels super retro and archaic. So your computers are like giant boxes, on a table. I know that Rafa's got a Walkman probably, or that might be one of your other characters, but like that's
I have an iPod. Excuse me.
So it's so the iPod is like a
old school iPod.
It looks like a tape, but it's old school. It's pretty chunky. It's about the size of a Walkman. So yeah, what are you guys doing? Jokes aside, as people kind of start joking, he's like, dude, if there's a stowaway on the ship, like what the some of you start to, and I imagine that Jarvis starts to get a little concerned because he doesn't want to necessarily be front line, but here he is trying to show some courage.
Yeah, I was voluntold, so it seemed appropriate that I would be the person to greet this, but I definitely appreciate Nelson coming with me to.
And so, as you can see here, there are some spots on the ship. You can also use the I can also point to where this is on. So basically, to kind of make a correlation of what you see here. When I point to here on the map, this is like the main. Oh, it's not allowing me to. So if you see me pinging, this is the that's the bridge. This is the galley. This room here is right over here. There's a little white token that means that's where there's a hole to go down into the second bay, which leads you all to this room where the power loader is and where there are a lot of other junk. The second bay is not on Roll20, but and neither is it on this table, but the second deck, the second floor, is essentially identical to the top floor. So whenever you go to the second floor, any characters on the second bay, I'm just gonna put a little token so you know you're underground while everyone else is above. So as you're walking down there, you guys enter the room. It's kind of dark. You can kind of hear the clanging of chains. It's kind of wet, kind of musty. And it is a bit kind of creepy. What does Jarvis do as the door slides open and he's just standing there in this bay, right? Joe's got his back, but otherwise, what's he doing?
And to clarify, like how we're entering this room, is it kind of like what's behind you? Is it like a little ladder that's going down into the second floor, or is it actual?
No, the ladder goes down to the second floor, and then it pretty much a hallway goes over, and then you're basically right there at the doorway that leads inside of this place.
Got it.
This space.
Okay. Before we go in, I'd ask Nelson if there's, or like as the doors open and I see it that's like dark and musty, are there lights or any way we can light this up?
It's kind of dark. There's just like a few like spotlights above that are going on. So it's very dim, but there are a couple lights. You could like bust out a flashlight. Is anyone hearing like a rainy kind of hissing sound in the background? Is that just me, maybe? I don't know why I'm getting that. Okay, if you guys are
sounds like white noise. Sounds like fuzz.
Yeah, it's white noise. I don't know where it's coming from because I'm not running anything. Okay, just went away. Okay, so maybe. Okay, I don't know what. No, it's back. Okay, so I don't know what it is, but we'll keep going.
Malcolm playing as if he doesn't know that's the noise.
I really don't know what the noise is.
I don't know what that is. Bam! Alien.
So, yeah. What do you guys do?
So I would have grabbed that that little motion sensor thing from Rafa, so we know what we're coming up against. And so I'll point it into the room, and walk in that direction over wherever. If there's a ping, I would walk in that direction.
Ping, beep. You start to get a ping.
Yeah.
And it stops, and you track it to, and then it suddenly bing, bing, and then it moves again, and you can't. And now it stops, but it's like behind some of the cargo and the crates that are about maybe 15 feet ahead of you, and there's a where the cargo is kind of like sectioned into the wall. There is like a backspace where someone could be hiding behind there.
Hello. Guest of our ship. If there's someone there, that you can come forward.
Suddenly there's the sound of clang, clang, like the clanging of pipes. Like there's like some pipes that were stacked like on one of the walls adjacent to the crate, and whatever it is like bursting through, and the pipes are starting to pour down, goom, 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 and like, you know, drop on the floor. They're not really large, but they just kind of collapse, and they force you to kind of step back. Your stress goes up, both you and Barnes, as you prepare for whatever's going to be there. And then out surprising you falls a little man, kind of spills out on the ground, and then he's just kind of sprawled out in front of you there.
Yeah, at that point, I'd be behind Nelson.
So
kind of look back like, really, man?
They were looking in the cargo, Sean, and
hello.
As they're looking in the cargo, suddenly like some pipes fall off the wall, and this little man spills out with this large, heavy case in one hand.
Oh, okay. All right, so I just kind of like stumbled out or fell out.
So what do they see before them?
All right. So you see this older-looking male, probably in his 50s, brown skin, a seemingly clean-shaven face, except for like these large, bushy white sideburns, and like a thin, combed back, kind of long white hair. Also, like in a kind of dusty, tattered, like white cloak, and like a bit of a glimmer to it because there's a name tag on it, though I'm not sure if anyone's close enough to see it. But yeah, that's basically what you see, kind of clutching this large case. I guess I'm like hurt, kind of getting up.
Hey man, try not to break shit in here or make a mess. I'm gonna have to clean this up.
Sorry.
Like, what the hell? What are you doing in here?
Sorry, please. I'm here. I'm just. I know how this looks. This looks a little weird. I had to leave the station. I'm sorry. I had to leave the station. I promise I will not cause any problems. I had to go. I had to leave, and this was the only way out.
Well, let's start with a name. Who are you?
Yes. I am Dr. Zain Yusuf, a lab technician at the Novgorod Station.
Okay, and why did you have to leave the station?
It's complicated. Things got a little messy over there. The alarm went off, and there was some panic, and I had to leave. I can't really say much more than that.
Well, as a representative of Weyland Yutani, yeah, you're gonna have to say a little bit more than that, or we may find the airlock for you.
Look, please, I promise I will. I will cause no harm. I can help out however I can. I offer any of my skills as a technician and scientist. Anything you need. I can't go back there. I can't deal with those people.
Now, does you leaving that place have anything to do with the case you got there?
This is something I managed to grab on the way out, but No, it's just it was the research I was working on. That's all. Just the research I was doing. Just wanted to continue my research, and I managed to grab it on the way out.
Right. So what's gonna happen next is we're gonna grab that box. Nelson, keep an eye on him, and I'll have Arden verify the information you're giving us.
Arden.
Then we can discuss.
Would I know who Arden is? DM?
You would not.
No.
Oh, yes, you would, because Arden would be patient A.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
No.
Got it. Ah. Okay, yes. Okay, that makes sense. If you need...
The research there doesn't have any hazardous materials, anything. I'm okay to pick it up.
Yes. Yeah, and you can see kind of giving it, sort of lifting it up a little bit and giving it to you, but he's kind of holding on to it a little tight. And he just kind of goes like, please, you can check everything. I just, and I'm happy to leave this in your possession as long as I can continue to look at it and continue my research. And he sort of lets go slowly.
I'm holding it, but I'm also looking to the boss man, just like, this is your thing.
Nothing hazardous, I promise. I would not bring anything hazardous from the lab.
I'll grab it, and then Nelson, stay here and watch him. And I'll kind of make my way back up to the group.
So you relinquish it? You turn it over to Yarvis there?
Yeah, I kind of seen the nature of the situation and
okay,
just whatever it's like. I'm just kind of like held on to it tightly, and I explained that I want to continue my research with it.
And so as Yarvis leaves, it's now just you in this kind of empty, high ceilinged warehouse, or not, almost like warehouse type setting with those clanging of the chains that typically hoist cargo, bit of dripping from probably the air conditioner, the air systems, that water that's constantly hitting the ground there, kind of pittering and pattering. And you just, Zane, standing there with this, both of you don't know each other for shit. And it's quiet for a moment. Is anything said, or do you guys just kind of stand there and look at each other?
Like, your name is, sorry, I didn't catch that.
It's Nelson. Call me Nelson.
Nelson. And you are what service on this crew here?
So I take care of the ship pretty much.
Pilot.
Yeah. Oh no! I can't fly the thing for shit. But I make sure things run.
Okay, understood.
Yeah. You want to talk to Holiday? Yeah.
Okay.
You hungry, man? You've probably been here a while.
Yes. Yeah, that would be great. Yes.
I'll take the quesadilla that's gotten cold out of my pocket.
Yeah, you see, he just kind of grabs it and just starts like scarfing it down like desperately.
And as Zane is scarfing down that meal, we open our tonight's episode. Should be sound. There we go.
There's no sound, I don't think.
Hear it now?
There it is. Yeah.
Henry, you are still De La Dobo. I mean, you're still not your Wolfinger. So don't get mad at me. I didn't change this.
No worries.
It's the same old one. So, and Zane, you're not on this one since you're like guest starring tonight until you add yourself to the crew. welcome to Alien episode 2. This is not episode 1 as it says there, but this is episode 2, The Deadly Void. And we pick up just moments later as Zane is being ushered back up, maybe into the galley, as you all see him entering with this this new person, this stowaway. And Jarvis has this case, which Jarvis did get up there a little bit earlier. So in the moments that Jarvis got up there, what would that would he have taken that case to talk to the other crew about it? Would he have done something else with it? I imagine that Jarvis, being the corporate liaison here, has full access to Mother and her capabilities, which is the computer on the ship, the AI. And I don't know if anyone has been designated as captain outside of the, I don't know, or if Jarvis is running as captain right now. I'll leave that up to you all to really discuss and decide. But Jarvis, what did you do with that case?
I think, well, so my initial plan was to have Arden take a look at it as kind of like this specialist, right? Because since she's been working on some blood samples, that she's not. I mean, unless you're doing it secretly in hiding, then I assume we would have known about it, and so that's why I would have taken it to James to see if they can like extract data from this.
And Holiday would like to snoop. Holiday will be looking over the shoulder, wants to see what's inside.
Yeah, but I would not have taken it to the group as a whole for Holiday and the others to like see it.
I would have doing her nails.
I would have called Arden, and I would have called Arden and Rafa as the gunner, like the Marine guy, to help Nelson watch the guy, Zane, and then I would have pulled Arden to take this into the lab.
Okay, so then Arden, so let's say there's two scenes happening here. There's in the lab or the med bay. There's the closest thing you guys have to a lab. If you look on the, your guys are down here, or I'm pinging in the med bay, which on the map down here is probably this corner of the map, because there should be a med bay in this area. It's not there, but yeah, you guys are over there. And so we'll kind of role play off with each other what's happening in the main hall where Zane shows up, and then what's happening where Jarvis is talking to Arden. But let's lead in with Jarvis and Arden.
Yeah, so I would have kind of set the briefcase or the case down, and before I opened it, I would have looked at Arden and said, Arden, I'm not sure what we're gonna find in here, but you must promise that none of this escapes this room unless we get clearance to do so.
Okay.
Good. And we'll pat Arden on the back, good man. And then open up the briefcase, or it's what does it look like? Is it a briefcase, Zane, or is it like a
Zane, you can describe what this case looks like. I'm imagining this kind of hard, because in the movies it's always an aluminum kind of like silver type case, that looks like the black looks like the football kind of deal. But if you see it differently,
no, that's exactly how I was picturing it. This big, long kind of aluminum case. I don't know how big this object is or just what's inside is, but I forget that as a player.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's fairly large. It looks like it could imagine like a gun case, right? For like a military assault style rifle. But imagine that case was double the. It was probably, imagine that case was the size of a case that held a rocket launcher and not a standard assault rifle.
That makes sense.
Got it. Okay.
And
So
also
yes,
to give you guys a little, did I share? What did I just share? Do you?
Roll
No, you guys.
20.
your computer screen.
I'm sharing. Am I sharing? Do you see this? Do you see the layout of the ship or no?
There's a box covering it.
Okay. So yeah, it's not that. No. Oh, do you see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Nostromo main deck. So this is just a 3/4 view of you guys' ship. So your main, where I'm right there. That's your like up front. This is the galley. This is the Cairo chamber. This is the med bay where they are right now, where the two are having the conversation. This is where your engineer stations are, and then both of those engineer stations are where you can go underground or to a level below. So sorry, where you guys just come from. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, so I'll kind of unlock the case and open it and see what's inside.
Kind of hisses. Feel a fit of cold air rushes out. And inside, what you see is something unthinkable, something that resembles possibly it's almost like a long angular pod. It resembles a gun, but like no gun you've ever seen. Its structure is very organic in nature, but it is not soft to the touch. It is it almost looks like it would be organic, but in terms of the lines, the smoothness, it's not angular. It's not as hard and angular as a gun would be. That's what you see there before you. And I have an image of it, and I'll share it as soon as I can pull it up. But that's
I'm
what.
super excited. She wants to know everything about
Replacement
this.
for that trident.
I know, right?
GL, what is this?
Yeah. I've noticed in all the games that I play with Katarina, you are a gopher for shiny objects. So
Yeah.
there's. So I'll look at Arden and have you seen this before? Do you know what this is?
I'm gonna assume that I haven't. So.
Yeah.
No.
This is. Oh,
But I
no.
would love-
I'm not going to assume that you haven't. It's absolutely familiar. Arden, your eyes light up. Not only are you interested, but it is the very thing you left behind. It is the very thing that you wanted. I know that, like always, I know that you guys kept calling it a trident and a spear, and I think that was just the natural assuming that it was a predator weapon. But the predators give gifts of sometimes of other creatures that they have killed, and so I think there was a little meta in there. But it was never really a spear. It was this gun-like pod that you see before you. Probably on the note of Cheryl, though, saying probably the closest thing without showing it is similar to the guns in Fifth Element. Remember how there were those long egg pods that were like this, right? It's kind of like that, but extended and open and showing itself. It is showing all of its glory. It is similar to that, but a little bit more alien in nature than human.
See, I bring gifts.
So Sean, your character just needs to be played by Gary Oldman now. And
Totally, please.
I like how that movie's becoming the theme of the game so far, because I really need to rewatch it.
Man, really, yeah. Because when she said I'm doing my nails with the Fifth Element, I was like, hey, well, I think the gun is kind of like the Fifth Element, so it's very interesting. Very weird for me to be bringing a lot of Fifth Element into the Alien universe, but
Yeah, let's play Alien, starring Fifth Element.
So yeah, well, I don't know how Arden reacts when.
Yeah. So again, have you seen this before?
Yeah, a little bit. This is mine, and I need to go have a talk with the person who brought it on board.
Yours? How?
That is an incredibly long story. Yeah. Well, just there you go.
A gift?
Yeah.
And Malcolm, for what is the capabilities of Mother? Like, because I know alien technology is like kind of old-fashioned.
Yeah. Do you
Is
see?
that in a drive you sent?
See the gun? Do you see the? This is what it looks like. You guys see what I'm showing?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so it looks like this thing in front of you, and it's long. I would probably say in terms of length, it doesn't fit your, like, it looks like it's a gun, but your hand, the average human hand, even a strong, like, He-Man type male kind of would, it's almost, you could still hold it and kind of maybe pull where that trigger area is, but I mean, man, it doesn't fit comfortably. It seems kind of off, like it was made for some kind of giant.
Would I be able to have Mother like analyze the gun, like the structural composition or whatever?
I think Mother might have some kind of scanner, some kind of capabilities where you could put something in, kind of into like this, box, and it scans it and reads out some information. So yes.
Okay. So yeah, I would put the gun in there because.
So now you're going from the med bay. You take it over to the. So while this is happening, while you're taking over, Mother's in a complete. No, Mother does it. Yeah, it would have to be from Mother's station. It would be closer to the control room. While this is happening, we cut away. Let's cut away for a moment. What's everybody else doing? Jarvis is standing there now. He's just like met this completely new crew. What's happening here?
Not Jarvis.
I mean,
Jarvis. I'm sorry, Zane. Zane.
Okay, so
Jarvis.
He brought me to see the crew.
Yeah, and you guys are standing in the galley, and I know, and I feel really. I know that Sean. Not only are you kind of playing a new character, you're playing this game for the first time. And you're playing catch up. So I'm sure you're completely lost, and I'm going to try to keep you in it as much as I can.
Let's go with it.
Go.
I feel like I would be bringing him in there. Like, we got bored of waiting. Just be like, yeah, man, if you liked half a cold quesadilla, you're gonna love a fresh one. Like, let's get in. Rafa, get this man some food.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I go up to Dr. Zane.
Dr. Zane, yes, that's fine.
Yes. I have one question for you.
Yes.
How was that cold quesadilla?
It was the best thing I've had in a very long time.
Oh my God, you really, hit the right buttons. Well, let me give you some fresh one.
Oh,
I don't know how the fuck you got onto this shit, but man, that's risky. I think you deserve a load of quesadilla.
Oh, I would appreciate that. You are, who are you?
Oh, I'm Rafa, I'm sorry.
Rafa, nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Come. Or you stay here, I'll come. I'll make some.
Yes. I'll just kind of like settle down. I'll probably find a seat and sit down and.
Dr. Zane, I just sent you a link.
Keep to myself.
Did you get that, Dr. Zane?
Oh, you sent me something?
I sent you a link. Yes.
Got it.
We'll get you in.
Yeah, if he's in the galley and he's sitting down, trying to keep to himself, no. Holiday comes over. Sits like right next to him, leans in. You've like missed out on the character description, so like colorful sleeve tattoos, big couple of roses on the neck, like a red lipstick. She sits down.
Hello.
I'm going wrong voice. Well, I know that I'm not technically the captain, but I do pilot the ship. So, how exactly did you sneak yourself on?
Well. It's hard to remember all the details in the moment, but there was an opening. I believe your crew had been on the station for some time, and on your way out, there were some alarms going off, I saw a person dead on the ground. I ran and got on board. I got lucky somehow. I was able to get on. It's hard to remember the details.
Lucky you got on, and lucky that you didn't scratch anything, right?
Of course not. No.
Of course. Wonderful. Lovely. Glad to have you on board.
Wouldn't think of it. Thank you.
Right. And she puts her hand on her shoulder, gives it a sharp-nailed squeeze for a second, and then stands up and wanders off and does whatever.
So I'll turn to was it Nelson?
Nelson, yeah.
I'll be like, what was her name?
That was Holiday.
Oh, Holiday.
She's the pilot,
Okay.
Yeah.
She's a scary one.
Yeah. Just don't fuck around. That's all.
Of course not. No. Wouldn't think of it.
Nelson flashes back to like the fire on the underwater mining thing with Holiday just walking back to the.
Yeah, and I guess you missed some of the like you said, some of the description. So Nelson's got like he's got like a handlebar mustache going on. I think I'm gonna go with the mini that you have. So right now he's wearing like a high visibility vest, like kind of bright orange.
The minis are just stand-ins. You guys don't have to look.
No, I like it.
Nice.
It's probably got a baseball cap too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And Rafa comes in. Like, they aren't bothering you too much, are they? Here, come on, take some. You see Rafa, sleeveless shirt with some tattoos, brown skin, bald in the back. He's got kind of a mohawk, a pretty tall guy, a small gut.
Oh, cool.
Like, he hides it pretty well, but it's there in your face.
What's there? A tattoo, you said? Or...
Oh, his just gut.
Oh, got it.
What may have been a nice molded, chiseled six pack is now just one large block.
Never trust a skinny chef, man.
Zane, are you into Roll20 now?
Oh yeah, I am.
Okay.
So turn off my camera in there.
Just to give you, no, you don't have to have your camera on in there. You want to turn that off, probably.
Yeah.
Keep it
Just turning it off.
But I just want to make sure you knew what you see is you should be able to see some of the characters, but see the overall layout of the ship, like where the med lab is, where you've been with them in the galley.
Got
see
it.
that? Do you see me pinging the galley?
No, I'm on some other sheet, I think.
That's weird.
Wait, let me.
So you should
see.
be on where all the players are. You might be zoomed in.
Okay, maybe I'm zoomed in.
Zoom out because it looks like space. So unless you zoom out, you don't see everything.
Okay, yeah, I see. Okay, I see a big grid to the right, and then to the left, the USS.
Yes,
that's
Montero. The ship. So it's not the Montero; it's the SS Phoenix. It's just modeled after. It's the same type of ship as the Montero.
Oh, okay.
And for the rest of you all on Roll20, you all have that same gear that says it's on the Montero. That's also the same gear that's on the ship, in addition to your signature items and so forth. Trying to bring some things back. But kind of to give you a layout of the ship. So when people say, like, there's the med bay where Jarvis and Arden are having that conversation, there's the galley where they brought you, and then there's these engineering pods. If you see behind me, that's like this octagonal kind of room where there is, if I step to the side, there's a ladder that goes down to the second floor. See that right there? That leads to the second bay where you were hiding, where the cargo areas are. It's darker down there. It's a little bit more sinister down there. Up top, it's a little bit more space, super retro, spacey, kind of white padded walls. And downstairs, it's dark, pipe, kind of leaky refinery feel to the ship.
Okay.
Just wanted to give you some more information. So
just making sure. I just see like kind of an open grid pretty much to the right. It's just like an empty space.
And there's just an open grid for space. Yes.
Got it. Okay, cool.
And then on the board here, and if you're looking around here, you are the guy in orange.
Cool.
Rafa is this fellow right here talking to you, asking you how his quesadillas were. Barnes, which is Deborah's character, and then like the guy with the vest on, the colorful vest is going.
That's Nelson.
Nelson, yes.
Got it.
And then you got Holiday, who you were a bit scared of.
Got it.
She's got the sleeve tattoos.
Cool mini.
Yeah. So there's a lot of, so just kind of giving you a little bit more to kind of digest. I know it's a lot coming at you. So yeah.
Cuckoo.
So sorry, pick back where you guys are. So now time's marching on. I mean, let's say it's been an hour and you guys are kind of having these conversations with him. How are you feeling, Zane? The fact that you've relieved this thing over, you don't know, Jarvis hasn't come back.
Yeah, I'm feeling like a bit of relief, and you can see like, okay, I'm eating, and I feel like, okay, I'm kind of in a situation where maybe I can settle a bit and not just be scared and freaking out the whole time. And then my mind is starting to like wander a little bit, and I start focusing on something, and I maybe turn to Nelson or Rafa and kind of ask like, do you know where Jarvis might have taken the object that I gave, or do you think I might be able to talk to him about that?
I mean, it's not a big ship, so not a lot of places he could go.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I don't even know what's in the box. What do you think he would do with it?
Well, it's just research. I don't know if he would even know what to do with it. That's why I would like to perhaps talk to him about it. I suppose he'll update all of us soon, hopefully.
Why don't we all just meet on the galley here? Let's bring that box over. Let's talk about it. What is bullshit?
I second the motion.
Yeah, none of this mystery box bullshit.
I'm with you.
I'm gonna assume that you guys all summoned me and Arden to bring the box.
Yeah.
I'll walk over like to the console.
Colin, Price and Arden to the gallery, please, with accompaniment with the box.
And what I've done both on the ship, so you can see on the ship where if there's a computer station in the room, that means that little computer symbol, that means it's a place you can do comtech checks. And then there's some places, but I've decided there's only a couple places that have the comtech symbols like a circle with a couple dots around, like a few like 4 dots. That's like where, I mean, that's actually the intercom. But I've decided that wherever there's a place for buttons, there's also a comm. So, and then if you're actually looking at my board, you'll also notice that there are little stations in the same places they should be on the board on roll 20 where you would make those. So yeah, so you're being summoned, Jarvis, as you hear hearing Holiday telling you to get your ass. And where you guys summon them to? Is it we're going to the bridge or we back at the galley? Where's everyone at?
They were at the galley.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you respond? Do you go?
I do.
Arden as well?
Arden's slightly angry that this thing is now here and somebody else is possibly trying to claim it.
Yeah.
So will Arden go, is what I'm saying, or does Arden not?
Yeah,
go?
Arden would go, but be glaring down this new person.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the eyes. Okay, so what happens?
To my toys.
Those doors open and they enter and
yeah, and Jarvis enters again with that waft of cologne, and he walks in kind of awkwardly because even though he's kind of a bigger dude, he's not a strong dude. So carrying this box is just like an issue for him, and he kind of like grunts and like slams it on the table of the galley, and he's like, "Good, we're all here." So our stowaway, Dr. Yusuf, has brought something of interest here, which I'm sure you're all very excited to see. But as we look into it, because I do have to report this incident, Dr. Yusuf, we will need some answers as some people are not as forthcoming with them. And he kind of like looks at Arden, and he like hooks the latches and opens it up, and again that smoky kind of thing comes out, and the gun is lying there.
Cabron.
There it is.
Right.
Yes.
I don't know what that means, Rafa, but I agree.
That don't look like research to me.
Right. So, Mr. Yusuf, what exactly is this that you've brought onto the ship?
Well, it's a weapon of sorts, I suppose. Not something that was in use on the station, just in research, just to understand how it works. DM, would I know much about like where the weapon came from, or just that it was given to my lab and I was just investigating how it works?
So I think so far kind of the same things that they know. You know that this was something that was found with patient A. For a long time you were calling patient A, which is now Arden James.
Got it. I'll say that too.
You know that from your studies so far, from your analysis, you know that it is some type of weapon.
Okay.
You've been trying to, before whatever happened that stopped your research, you were very close to getting to the point where you felt like you knew how it worked and how to use it. But,
yes,
but you just haven't gotten there yet.
Yes, I believe it was a weapon of sorts. It was in my lab. It's absolutely fascinating. It's a technology that is I think extraordinary. And Patient A was with the weapon, or she was, or I wouldn't know. I guess I just know Patient A was affected by the weapon, perhaps, and was also on another deck. I wasn't investigating her, just the technology itself. That's all I know.
Are you aware that I am Patient A?
He is aware.
Oh, okay. I'll be
you are aware
right.
that it is Arden James. It is that you knew that it's so when I imagine when you see her, you're like, oh shit.
Right. Okay.
And you didn't expect the patient to be here, right? Because you didn't know what was going on in the station.
Right. Yes, Patient A. You are Arden. I see.
Oh, this is awkward.
Well, I didn't expect to see you
here.
here.
Me, and that would be mine.
Yours. Well, I make no claim to it. I just it's really interesting research. I just was looking at it, investigating it, trying to understand how it worked. I certainly don't mean to own it or use it, if that's what you're implying.
She just sort of narrows her eyes, trying to figure out what this guy's about.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking away and
a
little intimidated.
How far along in your research? Oh, sorry, Rafa, go ahead.
No, I'm just a little tense here. What is this little I've never seen a gun like this before, I tell you. I mean, this is about as big as my belly here. What does it do? What have you learned so far?
It's all speculation. I would need to work with it a little longer to really understand what it does. Something to do with how it can affect the atomic structure, the ability to transform or make a change to the sort of space-time itself at a far distance. It's hard to say. I need to dig deeper.
Oh.
Can I touch it?
And Yarvis is going to close the hatch. And he's like, we will not be testing space-time molecular restructures
I wasn't going to pull the
on the ship.
Together. I wouldn't be able to lift that thing, please. I just wanted to touch it.
Click, just locks.
Egg on my face.
As I see it log, I'll just kind of say I've been looking at it for some time, and there was nothing unsafe. I was able to get some insights without really kind of turning it on fully, just analyzing parts at a time. I would never think to do it all at once. So, but in my research, I was spending a good amount of time with it. No issues.
I mean, I'm not exactly an expert, but maybe instead of doing one thing at a time, maybe if you do turn it on all at once, you could just figure it out.
That would be Yes, both very, very exciting and probably very dangerous. But if we could make that work, I would love to do that.
But yeah, not right now though.
Yo,
Yeah, maybe we should park this research for when we're on planet side and not.
Barnes has been sitting in the corner because she's been eating her probably her third quesadilla, listening to this conversation, and she gestures over to Arden. If this is her gun, shouldn't she know how it works?
Yeah, I'm actually looking very curiously at Arden as well. Have you used it before?
I have not. It was taken away from me before I was able to do anything.
Ah.
And I'm upset about it.
Holiday nods in sympathy. Holiday gets it. Like, damn, that resonates.
Perhaps we can work together to figure out how to
I
work
imagine
it.
there's like a flashback to where they're like rescuing Arden, and she's like, no! And they're like wrestling the gun out of her hand. Like,
I just want to know what it does.
Where did you get this gun?
It was given to my lab. I don't know
No, I'm looking at Arden.
Oh. Ah.
So, like, that's a super long story.
Feel free to share.
Yeah,
we have time.
Come on.
We're just
We still have 2 more days before we freeze, so.
And I will say, if whenever you guys are ready to move forward, we could always like take those 2 days and turn them into like kind of montages of what you guys have maybe done before it's time to go into kind of Cairo sleep. You could always avoid going. You can always like choose not to, but the problem is that the way they built these ships and for travel is that all of your food and supplies and survival is built for that time. So if you stay awake too long, you start running out of, because pretty much while you're in Cairo, you don't like the system feeds you the fluids, you get all your fluids and your vitamins and shit like that without needing to be awake. So that's why it's kind of, the least right now, it's built for you to push you to encourage you to, go to Cairo on the 5th day. Continue.
If everybody wants to know about my very long story on the planet, I would go through and tell my tale, and I don't remember much of it as like me as a human. But yeah,
scientists aboard the colonial marine scientists going down there trying to break up some insurrection that was happening between the locals on the planet.
Rescuing a downed ship.
Rescuing that downed ship, and then coming across game type hunters, aliens who were humanoid, who almost had, I wouldn't say lizard-like skin, but lizard in appearance, not quite scaly though. Yellow dotted peppered skin and wearing these heavy masks, dread-like cords on their heads, and very, very powerful weaponry, which led, of course, to Arden defending you guys' section, trying to get out of the situation from that creature, one of those type of creatures, as well as these other creatures that you encountered that were almost like biomechanical. They looked glistening, they looked like they were wet, but they moved in a strange way. You guys had to fight your way out of that. And one large creature that you encountered that was a combination of that biomechanical lanky creature that had multiple of itself and this other creature that the predator, but this hunter creature. It was like something they had combined in a strange way, and you survived. And when several of the hunters came, they bestowed you that weapon, almost like in a weird kind of honor type scenario or ceremony. And then you waited and survived for a couple of days with your counterpart who was there with you until you were rescued, but then taken to the station where the weapon was taken away from you. You were locked in a room. So that's.
And you guys came and found me. So there you go.
Holy shit.
That is a tale.
Yeah.
I like to imagine as the montage went past, like more and more like snack food wrappers show up in front of us. Bunch of empty pitchers.
And so you guys have, I mean, maybe like a couple days go by and it's time to, you guys have done your shifts. Maybe only question I might add is how have you treated Arden and Zane over those couple of days? Do you guys kind of watch them? Do you guys let them go in as they please? What have you done in those next couple of days with the, it sounds like Yarvis is taking kind of control of the weapon. What do you do with the weapon? You were mentioning something about talking to Mother. Kind of give me the bullet points leading up to time for Cairo's sleep.
Yeah, I'll go first, and that way everybody can react to it if they're gonna mess around with the weapons, right? So what I would have done, I would have done 3 things. So number 1 is initially, like after that conversation, I would have told everyone that like the weapon is off limits for now. That if we're gonna mess around with it, it should be planet side. And so then I would have taken it to Mother to see if it had like any analysis that it could do. And then once the analysis was done, I would have locked it up in maybe like a storage container or something, right? Just kind of keeping it away from people. And then the third thing I would have done would be report to Weyland Yutani with our comms and just indicate that patient A acquired with weapon, stow away Dr. Yusuf on ship, advise next steps.
Does anyone have any issue with Yarvis's approach?
Oh, yeah, at some point I'll probably approach Yarvis and kind of plead to look at it a little more and kind of throw in that, I'm happy to do it under supervision even if you want to have people around me. I'm just very close. I'm very close, and I kind of like show these papers that I pull out from one of my, briefcases or bags that I had with me, and kind of showing just like to him probably would look like nonsensical equations and writings, and just kind of be like, look, I'm really close. It would be great if I could just look at it a little longer. I promise, even under supervision, you can look over me as I look over it. I just would love to get close to understand how it works. Probably kind of like my last plea.
Yeah, Dr. Yusuf, I sympathize with you, but I think no one really knows what this is, except Arden, and even then, it's questionable. I would feel better for the safety of this crew if we were not messing with the gun on the ship. Me supervising you means nothing because this all looks like the stuff that Rafa says that I don't understand. So
I think and you'll see his expression he'll kind of like grit his teeth and just be like, understood. And just kind of like his fist tightens and kind of walks away stiffly.
At some point, Arden definitely would have sought out Zane to find out pretty much everything he knows about it.
Is there anything that extra you would have shared, Zane, with Arden? What would that have? Does it, like, if we watch Zane and Arden having conversations, does it look like they trust each other? Does it?
Arden would have abandoned the anger that she had at the beginning and just gone straight into, I just need to know everything about this for science. But I don't know how Zane would be feeling.
Oh, you would approach me, sorry, and ask me about it?
And Zane, if you're willing to share, I can share whatever you may not know as Sean, if you're willing to share it.
Yeah, I think I would probably share most of it and keep some of like any kind of finer point that I think is like kind of the key areas that would lead me forward. Just like I'll try to be as general and not too specific about how close I'm getting. Okay. I don't want to give some of those key details away because that's kind of like my primary research. That's like my little bit protective of that research.
That's fair. But also, you'd get lots and lots of questions from me about your research and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And I'll probably at times like show you my papers and like try to show you my equations and stuff like that too. And some of it might sound like gibberish.
While doing your normal duties
I
in
am a
the
science.
pilot bay.
Oh, you're a scientist.
I am.
Holiday, you pick up a strange like boop, like a beacon, but similar to the motion detector, but it's from space. It's meant for the ship to pick up objects that may be within parsecs or within range, long range of the ship. And there's just a notification that you see on the screen, and then it's gone.
Gone, like it's out of range again?
Like, like you get like you see like a blip on them, like if you're on a submarine, like boop, and then it no longer is there. And you're like, that's weird.
All right, I'm debating because on one hand, Holiday already isn't very techie, although I don't know where comms and piloting overlap.
I'm the comms person, so
yeah, maybe Holiday will call up Barnes and say,
hey, what's up?
Something's, I don't know whether we popped a fuse or what. Something popped up on the radar briefly, and then just zipped away into nothing. You'd know more about it than I would.
Okay, so I head to the bridge area and I go to the sensor panel and I start doing some scanning to try to see if I can figure out what she found.
Okay. And can you give me a Comtech at -2? -2 dice, basically.
Yep. I got 1 6.
Okay. And so what you're able to decipher, Barnes, is that you get like, as you try to like retrace the signature, there's a ship out there, but it looks like it was some kind of commercial freighter, trucker similar to yours. But maybe it was, one thing about ships passing is that sometimes when they pass within zones of each other in space, they might pick each other up and then they might be literally gone. And so you get the feeling that if it's someone, now, if there was someone tracking you, it could be possible that they could be trying to ghost you, but it's also just as likely as it's a ship passing in the void and already outside of your range, which is why you picked up the beep and then lost it.
Okay, so I let Holiday know that I think it was a ship. Could have been somebody that just happened to get into our range. Could be somebody following us.
Now, how do you feel about as to actual signal? Do you want to switch up the plan and if they're following us?
Well, I mean, we're sending out a not 100% accurate signal, right? So our signal is not identifying us. So they would have to know that we are not who we are saying we are, or it's, somebody just out there. Maybe they're following us. They don't know who we are. I don't think we should display who we actually are. Is there a way to boost the sensors at all?
What I can add to that success is that what you've been able to do with your sensor is make yourself seem like another ship that you're not. But another thing you could do is the standard path that you're on, you could put the ship on a course that goes to the outer fringe, that goes farther outside of typical ships' paths. If you do that, that makes you much more likely unlikely that you would encounter any other ships out there. but it's also off the standard course, or you stay the course, and also that going off that course might delay your arrival time by an extra, could be anywhere from another 5 days. So you might be going from 80 days to closer to 95 to 10 days, might be going closer to 90 days if you do that. Of course, you could also survive that in Cairo sleep, but the ship could be kind of running well more under the radar. That's probably the other way you could do it.
So who's in charge of this ship?
That's something that you guys had to come up with. It seems
well,
like you guys have been listening.
Are we in
to
charge?
Jarvis, the corporate guy, but I've seen no one pull rank on the corporate corporate liaison. So
Jarvis was in charge.
I mean, Bonds, we're here at the controls. I think whatever we think is most reasonable here will be accepted as reasonable once it is completed. Better to ask for forgiveness than for permission, after all.
So I present her with the options of taking a little bit of a detour, but that will delay our arrival. Or we continue on as is and keep scanning and see if we pick them up again.
Are there different alert levels on the ship? Like something that might, kick in some auxiliary scanners or something just in case, or?
There's always a warning if it becomes if you were incoming an attack or a ship that was menacing, but outside of that, your ship is pretty basic in that way that it is just a giant truck. Now it has been outfitted a little bit more with, terms on the inside from what Weyland Yutani is giving you. Maybe the armor is a little bit better than normal, things like that. But yeah, I can't say that there's any more to that.
All right, sort of looking at Barnes, kind of give nods I think maybe we can stay the way we're. I keep wrong accent. I think that maybe we can keep going the way we're going. But I also think we definitely need to tell the others that, a bit of dust has appeared on the screen that was not expected, right?
And then we cut back. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Pulls over the intercom. This is your pilot speaking. We've had a small radar incident, possibility perhaps of being followed, perhaps not. In all cases, please be aware of the fact that alongside our normal cargo we don't want caught, we also now have a very special piece of cargo we definitely do not want caught. All right, holiday out. Bye, y'all.
I love it. And then back, Arden is talking to Yusef, and it's around that time where maybe all your swatches are kind of synced, and you know that it's you guys are supposed to be preparing to kind of go into Cairo sleep. There happens to be one extra chamber there for Zane. There's actually, probably a couple more that can be installed so that, whenever there is a stowaway or something like that. So there is that extra Cairo chamber that's brought out for you. Are there any last kind of sentiments, words, or thoughts, or things that you might want to change or divert before you all go into Cairo sleep? The next time you see each other, of course, would be on the other side.
Yeah, I was gonna say before, but it sounds like Arden's been hanging out with Zane. At some point, Holiday would want to pick Arden's brain more about.
Don't rush it. This is you guys' time. I'm not trying to push you forward. I just want to I'm just trying to carry it if you're done. But
I think Holiday would. I think the one thing is that Holiday would want to get Arden alone. So if Arden's been talking with Zane a bunch, working multiple shifts with Zane, talking about the gun, it would be, probably more brief of a conversation, just asking mainly physical descriptors of the actual alien. Oh, there were 3, you say?
You kind of corner Arden, Holiday kind of corners Arden, as she's passing through, on this last day, maybe through the area where the main deck is between the galley, that little hallway.
Steps out in the hallway, puts it on. So, aliens, you say? No, but just basically wants, right? If Zane's asking about the gun and how the gun works and the experience of finding the gun, Holiday is asking well, if you were in better lighting, what do you think the actual color of the aliens, skin would be? Well, were they wearing clothes? What kind of clothes? Oh, there were 3 of them. Did you hear them talk? Trying to basically get those smaller little texture details out of Arden.
Arden would absolutely go on, and you might get sick and tired of it.
Oh no.
Going
Holiday
into pretty much as much detail as she can remember.
No. Holiday is like the nail tech going like, oh no, and then he said what? And then he really.
So Arden is completely caught up on everything that essentially Arden has shared in a weird way, so you can kind of use that how you wish. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Continue. No. I love Holiday's forwardness.
Before Barnes would want to go into Cairo sleep, she would want to see if she could set up the system to wake her and alert her if something else comes up on the sensor.
Yep, that's actually, it's a good note. It's actually standard that if something were to happen, the ship were to have a fire or being bombarded by anything, that it would alert the system to wake you all up as soon as possible. Typically, it takes about a 15 to 20 minutes to kind of unthaw you all and get you awake. You're usually groggy and tired, but there is a process for it.
So even if there was just something that came up on the sensor, that would automatically trigger.
You can have it where it wakes everyone up, or it can be set to just wake whoever the captain is or whoever is the primary kind of like in charge of the ship. Right now, you all are, there's kind of a free-for-all. You guys are working for Weyland Yutani, but in a weird way, you guys are kind of like pirates. And in a way, you guys have complete control over what rank is on your ship. But you do have your corporate guy who is directly connected, and it seems like he's been taking charge.
Is there someone that's specifically putting us in our little capsules here? Or is it just
everyone? Like the way I imagine they are set up is that they are very easy to kind of set your capsule. You kind of set your breathing, rather than all the big stuff that's important. Mother has pretty much already calculated, and then there's a few things that you can probably adjust for your comfortability, the kind of dreams you want to have, things like that. There's a couple like modules or nodules on the thing, so that you can kind of set your dream patterns. Yeah, because if you've seen Alien Covenant, there's a lot of like you can pretty much dream the entire way through. Now, what's typical of these type of ships is to have an android that watches over everyone. You guys don't have that.
We don't want that.
Yeah, he said, we don't want that.
We were already working for Weyland. It's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll sort of deactivate, I don't know, I'm sure like some kind of weapon scan, or you can only have certain things in the pod. But I like to keep my pistol with me at all times. So I kind of hide that in. And I start to try to, I don't know, hack, but just try to adjust my tube feeds. So I'm assuming we have like a little tube on our abdomen. I'm just trying to like raise the rate because I know I get real nauseous when I wake up, and I want to be nice and full.
Okay.
Doesn't make any sense. But anyways,
No, it does. I like it. I actually want you guys kind of, I guess I like that you're kind of adding to what you, and I imagine like you were adjusting the feed, you're trying to make it so that when you wake up, you try to snap to as quick.
Like ready to go.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not, usually I've done this enough as
I imagine Marines probably do this to kind of come out quicker and to not have that kind of morning sickness effect. Yes. But they also run the risk of like other, like not shit like you dying, but like it's almost like taking drugs, right? You run the risk of this affecting your body. If you do it too much, it probably throws off,
totally like weeks worth of diarrhea.
Oh God.
Absolutely. Okay. Yep. So you're doing that.
Yeah.
So you just hear like boop, 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 just like
yeah. Right.
Because oxygen levels are all like maxed. Anything else from anyone else?
Yes. It's kind of a minor thing, but I was recognizing that we have people on board who will do desperate things. And I was real nervous in that cargo container with the power loader. So if that thing has something like a power cell or something, I'm going to take it out and put it somewhere where I know where it is.
Okay. I like
And also, if there's anything like
so the power loader cannot be used now without Joe's.
Until I put that thing back in there. Yeah. And if there's a door to the reactor room, I want to see if we can lock it.
That would all be standard sealed. Fair enough.
Yeah, just like take your precautions because I don't 100% trust Zane yet.
Okay.
And he might pull some shit when we actually make planet fall or get to a station or something. You understand.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
Totally.
we would tuck Zane into the cryo first. Like,
Yeah, like that. We're like all standing over him, like, all right, go to sleep. Like, you good? You comfy? All right, okay.
Let me out.
See you on the other side now. And so, Zane, your pod closes, and everyone else gets comfy and goes into theirs. You all start to drift off and dream. The sounds of the ship slowly drifting away. Some of you start to dream of your days back on Earth, maybe dreams of a war you fought or a station you had, moments in time where you were analyzing your science or your laboratory, good times of seeing the sun, other darker times, and all of it kind of melds and mixes together into darkness. And there we will take a 5-minute break and pick back up. So good game so far, guys.
Good stuff.
Right.
You said good times seeing the sun, and me and my childish ass head, and you were like in dark times. I was like seeing the moon, but all right. Let's take a break.
So just cracking up over the image of everyone just waiting for Zane.
Go to sleep now.
You're all dead.
We're all like, no, go ahead, go to sleep. We'll take care of your fun gun thing. Yeah. Thanks. Where'd you put your notes? Wonderful. Bye.
No, my notes.
He's like hugging his notes in the crowd.
Yeah, he would.
Malcolm, when did you get the board in the minis?
Oh man, I've been working on them for a while, and I just decided to bust them out tonight. So I've been buying Alien. There's a couple different Alien board games. So there's one Alien AVP. I bought the AVP board game, so I have some Predator miniatures, and then a lot of the miniatures.
So you're not even using the stuff that gets provided by the people who made the RPG.
Oh no, this is all
other Alien products. Oh man.
They don't have miniatures for this game, but they know that there's other Alien miniatures out there. So I went to those. So there's a Aliens game came out. Aliens board game came out with tons of miniatures from the Aliens 2 movie. And then all the miniatures you see used there, they're pretty much miniatures from Zombie Side. I feel like they kind of matched enough. And then I just mixed and commingled some of the boards from the other Alien games. Like this is a power loader with Ripley in it that I have not painted yet. It's done to be all like... Nice. There's a Get Away From Her, You Bitch expansion set that I bought. It's so awesome. So yeah, this is all Alien stuff that I've just been collecting, like when the time is right.
You're like just waiting. Like week by week, we get closer.
And the green screen just made it great. It was just like, oh my God, I can like put this stuff on the board, like, and just have a space behind it. This is gonna be so
no more waiting for roll 20, no more dragging. Can you see the
thing? No, you guys are like right there.
Drag your thing.
So yeah, I'm excited for sure.
Oh man, so cool as always.
Use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Sean, Malcolm tricked me because when we started playing and you weren't here, I asked what I thought Sean was going to be playing with us. And Malcolm was like, oh no, something came up.
Nice.
So when you actually showed up as we were finding the small dude falling down in the cargo bay, it really was like that.
Nice. Did you guys think it was like an alien or something?
I was just wondering, I'm like, there's no way, what? The coincidence is too much.
I love it.
Unless it is never to trust Malcolm.
Right?
Awesome. Yeah, he told me to do that, like put myself as not attending on meetup and like
Ooh, damn, bringing it to a new level.
The trick.
Psychological horror of the alien game breaks through into real life.
Love it.
Hopefully you're enjoying, Sean. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love the feel, like the tension.
Yeah.
Bass and the horror. I love that.
It's definitely not your like, let's get together and go on an adventure, right? It's like everybody's like, what are you really doing? What are you about?
Yeah,
What's
everyone's like ready
know.
to pounce on each other at some point.
Yeah, D&D's like, yes, person I've met 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Let's fight to the death together.
Yeah, exactly.
And now here it's like, wait, so you know about the alien and you know about the alien, but you want the gun, but you have the gun. What's the game here?
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, I want to scrutinize Dr. Zane. Nelson, keep watch on him. And he's like, sure, I'll bring him up for breakfast. I was like, what?
Yeah. I was like, I like this guy.
Yeah, that's why I can't be captain. No one listens to me.
I vote we keep it no captain. I like the no captain.
I like this anarchist group.
Yes.
I mean, I like Jarvis because he bought me beer when we were at the station. But
my favorite is Rafa because the quesadillas are just.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. Hey. Time.
Just remember, man, there's no rats on this ship, so.
No. A little food
Not
processor
anymore.
back. Throw a little cilantro in there and
Oh.
So we didn't for Barnes' first Comtech role. Did we get a stunt from that?
I think we just did. Yeah, I told Barnes to remind me, but Barnes probably has a Comtech. Barnes, you do have a Comtech stunt that's saved from your check earlier. What does an extra 6 give you? And you can tell me what you want to do with that.
Let me look at the cheat sheet.
Let's see. It's a Comtech stunt, so you can. So the first one is +1 dice for a later related roll. Or you don't. I think you choose any of them, right? So you don't need to overcome. But if you say you don't need to overcome this again, it needs to be the exact same type of check. So the +1 can be for any type of Comtech. The not overcoming it again needs to be for whatever the check you did. That's exactly what you have to do again to make it work. You do something in half the time, and you can do new and unexpected information, hide your tracks, or you can always show off and nothing else. You got no other options. So.
I'll save it for the next time I'm rolling to give myself advantage next time.
Okay,
the +1.
+1.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say whatever check I'm gonna give you guys. This isn't in the rules, but I'm gonna call it kind of like an inspiration. There was some great role playing in the first half of the game, so you have one die that you can expend whenever you want to boost basically a roll or a check. A die that is not a stress die. So you can basically, but you can only do it once. So like if you cast it in, you got to let me know, and you're spending that to make that your 4 black dice, 5 black dice or whatever it may be.
And the stress die that Nelson and I picked up, that's for the rest of the session, correct? You said we got 1 stress.
It was days ago.
Oh no! Your guys are good. Yeah, that went away.
Once you sleep, that should go
Stress
away.
go away with like
a
so the
long
way
rest.
time is tracked. Yeah, the way the rest is tracked in this game is rounds and turns are like anywhere between 5 and I think 10 minutes. Shifts are somewhere between between like 6 and 8 hours. Rounds are somewhere between somewhere between like 15 to a minute long in seconds. So that's the way they kind of track time here. So your rounds, when you're like doing a short, a slow action, a long action, those are all seconds. Turns are about 5 to 10 minutes. So I like that they kind of keep, there's like an approximation, and then shifts are hours, and then those lead up to days, so forth. So that's, so the I think you drop a stress for every turn that so every like 10 or 15 minutes that you're not in a situation, stress goes away. Yep.
Got it.
And then if you're in a tough situation, you can use your signature item to bring one of your stress down. It's another reminder for all you, and then you guys have your different talents and things like that. And then you can also you can try to, like, if someone's panicking, you can try to shake them out of it, things like that. But yeah. Okay.
Boy,
All right.
here we go.
All right, so jumping back in. So time passes on. Everyone is resting, sleeping. Just for fun, roll a die. So, of course it is. Rafa, what dream are you having right now? What it could be a good dream. It doesn't have to be bad dream. Just like, what are you experiencing? What's happening? Or are you just out of it? Let's imagine you're having a dream. I know you're on this, but you think there might be something he's experiencing, or what we pick up on?
Yeah, it's a little mixed. Where I see myself in kind of our kind of exosuit. I'm with my my squad, I guess.
Yeah.
And we seem to be on a mission, and then I see a like a self-serve yogurt station, and I'm really confused because I see one of my squad members trying to pull on it, and it's just getting on his helmet. It's not really going in, so I'm just really confused. But then I'm seeing like a firefight in front, and I kind of run to this like makeshift kitchen. Acarius turns into the kitchen, and I'm just there, like my gun is, I'm kind of holding my gun, and I'm just not budging. I'm just not moving away as my squad members are yelling, help, and I'm just
help, and your squad members are yelling, help,
yeah.
help, help, and then suddenly help, as they're yelling help, almost like it becomes uniform. Help, 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 help. And then you slowly start to come to. There are lights flashing all around. The tops on your chiral chambers are all opening. Yours opening a little bit sooner than everyone's, Rafa. What do you do as you? Can you give me a stamina check?
Sure.
And actually, I'd like a stamina check from everyone. I know I'm asking for Rafa, but I'm starting with him, but a stamina from everyone.
Want us to tell you or just sending in the chat?
Actually, you can as long go ahead and tell me because it'd be easier. Just as long as you got a success. If you got one success,
One success.
I have one success.
Anybody more than one success can tell me if they want.
3 6s.
Whoa!
Shit.
Okay.
I got 0 successes.
I failed.
Can you give someone a success with a stamina?
I think so. Let me
stunt?
double check.
Let me know. Yeah.
Yes. So let me help out Barnes.
Smack on the face.
Yeah.
Wake up, smack.
So Rafa.
Oh,
Yeah.
stay asleep.
I initially I just first kind of like touched my head. I guess there's some condensation, a lot of sweat building, and then my other the immediate reaction after is I get my gun out as the pod opens up, and I'm just breathing. I'm just kind of
Warning.
with my pistol in my hand.
Neutrino burst in Sector 7. So as this is, your gun is up. You see that everyone is slowly waking up. Barnes is also the first one you look over is out of her. I mean, not Barnes, but Nelson. Nelson, you're helping other people. I apologize. So Nelson is over there slapping Barnes awake, shaking her back, and you all are kind of like detaching your cords in there with alarms going off in that kind of red hue over the cryo chambers. You can tell that something is clearly wrong. Unlike other crews, you guys aren't necessarily trained for these kind of situations, so this is like all new to you. As I'm sure you're all thinking, for whatever station you need to, the main deck is probably for the pilot, for someone like Holiday is where they would want to go to figure out what's going on. But otherwise, as this is all happening, feel free to kind of role play it though. But you're just getting this, and all you hear from Mother over the intercoms is that kind of called neutrino burst. I think the scientist, can the scientist give me a I guess it'd be observation?
Am I allowed to be observant while I'm being slapped awake?
I failed the stamina check. So.
Oh, you failed your stamina check. Did you have anything for Zane?
I mean, I had 3 6s, so
okay,
can I do the same?
I also had an extra 6 if anybody needed it.
I guess you can do the same. Yeah, I haven't checked. So okay, then everybody gets everybody out. Okay. So it's fine. That would have been bad for you, Zane, if not. But
yeah,
they get you. And I imagine what's really happening is that while Zane's kind of groggy, his chamber jams, and he's like halfway. Like as you're starting to wake up, you realize your thing is closed, and that can be bad sometimes as it stops feeding oxygen in that moment because it thinks it's up. And then you're kind of stuck in there. And so everyone else is helping. They finally, yank it open and pull you out.
Thank you.
I'm just yelling at you, like really loud. Levántate, chingao! I'm just telling you to wake up. I slapped you in the face.
And I guess I hear the neutrino burst. And I kind of I don't know, I'm a little groggy still.
So all my scientists can give
me
observation. Just
okay.
My scientists.
Okay.
I got 2 6s on my observation.
Okay, nice.
So did I.
Nice.
Oh, only 1 6.
So you can ask me another question with the second one. All with the ones, I'll give you guys all the standard information. But basically what a neutrino burst is to you all is a solar flare. So this flare came off of one of the local stars or a sun, and that energy probably slammed into the side of the ship. They could, depending on how close you are, it could be serious damage, but all hands on deck need to be taken ASAP to find out the condition the ship is in. So you guys all know that. That's if there's anything else you want to do with the other 6s, you can ask me another question. Otherwise, you guys can continue on in the sequence as it is.
So for my second question, is it is there any unnatural possibility that could be at play as well? So am I sure that this is like a naturally occurring
Yeah.
phenomenon?
And so I say, imagine as Barnes runs over to like the comm tech area and looks over even without being in the pilot area, she's able to kind of scan because, you know, without being on the main bridge, you can't get enough of the information. But the basics, for all intents and purposes, to answer your question, is this seems to be a natural phenomenon. You guys are just having a bad luck, kind of a bad day. Your ship's in the wrong part of the space at the wrong time, kind of deal.
Following like Barnes' sort of train of thought, I'm gonna kind of see what she's doing and also kind of run towards where I can get any kind of view of through the window or something, just to kind of confirm.
And by the way, everyone has
to where the damage might
+1 stress.
Okay. Fun.
I don't know what a neutrino burst is, but I will go check on the gun. Make sure it's not tampered.
Yeah, don't know what a neutrino burst is. You know that there's alarms and going off the
So now,
Holiday
Yarvis,
That's his
One
priority.
step ahead of me.
Yarvis, do you want to message me what part of the ship you put the gun?
Sure. Yep.
Where's everybody else going? What are you guys all doing?
I'm ready.
What's going on? Are you getting to the controls?
What'd you say?
Are you getting to the controls? What's?
I'm going over his shoulder as she sprints like barefoot down the hall.
Down the hall.
Around that corner, just making it towards the pilot. Bursts into the room to see, you know, however many things flashing and just trying to start on.
Who's all going to the bridge?
Yeah, bridge.
Me.
I
guess,
would.
yeah, I'm running to where
Bridge
I'm kind of
crew.
following to get a good view of get more data, get closer to
Wanting
where
to get to the point where I can scan the outside of the ship to see what kind of damage we're looking at.
Okay, Rafa and Nelson, how about you all?
Yeah.
I'll follow.
I'm going in the opposite direction. I'm gonna grab a fire extinguisher if there's one convenient. I don't know what a neutrino burst is, but it probably sounds like something's gonna be on fire. And I'm gonna run down and try to check.
Jarvis disappears, kind of like no one, I think, really sees which direct. Like it's like everybody's going like towards the control room. He goes a different way.
Just follow your nose, my cheap ass perfume cologne.
I'm going to grab my M41 pulse rifle.
Oh shit! Nice. He's like, I thought Rafa's just lock and loaded for anything. He's like,
awesome.
Neutrino burst, lock and load.
He wakes up like, this gun isn't big enough. Need a big one.
So as you see him doing that, you're in the same. I imagine you guys are still there as Nelson's grabbing his fire extinguisher. Everyone else is on the main, kind of in the main, on the main bridge.
Okay.
And while this is all happening, I imagine Barnes is a big Comtech person, and it sounds like Holiday is getting on the controls and sticks for the ship. Here's the readout that Mother starts to give you all. Here are the issues, the problems that are happening right now. Here's the damage that the ship has taken. So right now, the ship. Oh, so as you all were running down the hall, I'm sorry, the ship lurched like there's like the ship kind of just lurches in sideways. And because you guys are still using the gravity compressors, you guys are all kind of operating under like gravity. I need mobility checks from everyone who was going. You guys are actually free of this, Nelson and Rafa. But everyone in the bridge, give me mobility checks. Mobility.
Yeah, that's right.
With the stress die.
With the stress, okay.
With the stress die. And so the way this works is a 1, Zane, a 1 on the stress die is really bad. That's the only thing you got to worry about.
Right.
And then you want to focus on getting 6s or more, 1 6 or more on the other die.
But a 6 on that stress die counts. So
But the 6 on the stress die counts.
Oh wow, that's nice.
So think of it as adrenaline.
That's cool.
So like when you get to like 10, you might have like 10 or 12 dice. You're more likely to get some shit done because you're just like pumping through. But if you hit that 1, it all goes to shit.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So I got 1 6 and no 1 on the stress.
Yeah, me too.
6 is
I
no
got
1.
a 6.
All right. So it sounds like no fails as you all are able to.
I failed.
Oh God. Well, so a fail just means you got no 6, right?
Face
But not a-
plant.
Yeah, I just didn't need 6.
Yeah. Just,
Oh, okay.
so what you do is because of the violent nature of it, Barnes, you don't take damage because you didn't panic, but you do fall and kind of lose your footing. So you get another stress, and yeah, you just get another stress as you scramble to your feet. So you're at 2, everyone else is 1. You all get into the bay. You start to read out the issues, going back to what I was saying before. So there seems to be, the ship has been kind of pitched sideways and is being pushed off course. That's one thing that's happening. 2, the systems are going erratic, which means that they're in danger of losing, you're in danger of losing your comm arrays at this point, like your connections to for your communications. You're also having, the ship is showing, as Barnes is looking over the schematics, it's showing a gas link in Engineering 1, which is in that corner, or in the first engineering bay, there's a gas leak. Also, they're showing us on the schematic that there are several large containers that that are loose in the cargo bay, same cargo bay that they went to earlier. The air scrubber units are being strained, meaning if that stays that way for too long, it could stale the air and make it hard to breathe. And then and that's everything. So now what you guys have to take that information and divvy up who addresses what, and or what do you even do? Can you address all these issues? Can you only address some of them? But what are you guys doing? And if you need me to read them back again, I can. But
Yeah, can you read those back? And
yeah, I know that's a lot. So
bullet form?
the yeah, no, it's so the right now the ship is being pitched sideways, which is pushing it off course. So ship's off course. Somebody wants to take notes and put it in chat. You can do that too. Ship's off course. Systems are erratic. The computer systems are erratic, threatened of going out. There's a gas leak in Engineering A. There's Engineering A and there's Engineering B. Engineering A. There are several containers loose in the cargo hold, and the air scrubbing units are being strained, like the systems are being strained, maybe. So those can all be addressed however you like. You know, this is kind of similar to a skill challenge where you guys are kind of promoting you role-playing your skills that you would serve best on the ship here in this situation.
So I would probably be immediately trying to get the systems back online, because that's going to help with everything else.
Yeah. How bad are the actual controls? Can I, like, if we're drifting off course, can I hit like the e-brake on the ship? You won't, like, drop an anchor, I guess would be a better analogy. But
yeah, you can. And so you could take your kind of describe what you're doing and give me a piloting check while Barnes is doing that kind of pecking away at the computer systems, trying to get things under control.
I'm gonna run up beside Barnes and kind of just ask, like, is there anything I can do to help? Because I have some skill with CommTech, right?
Yeah, just because.
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yeah, so I'll just be like, can I help? Is there anything I can do? You want me to look at anything?
Yeah, so, I mean, can he help and boost scores on
Yeah,
things?
is there like an
By
advantage?
spending
like
your
that?
action, you can help. Since she jumped to it first, you can help. You won't roll, but you'll add a +1 to her dice.
Cool.
She'll still keep her stress.
Awesome.
Looking at the
This
map.
alert thing is causing me to stress out.
It's great.
So I rolled a 1 on my panic, die.
Did both of you guys roll a 1 on your panic?
I rolled for 1 on my panic, but
Am I
Mira
rolling
rolled-
anything?
Yes, you are. You both have to make so. Barnes, you're making a CommTech with a +1, but you still got stress. And Holiday got a panic on the
Yeah, but I rolled on the panic chart and I keep it together.
You keep it together. So
the Holiday's trying to figure out what do I need to shut off first before I can hit that break. Well, wait, but that light's still flashing. Wait, does that mean the light's busted? Just trying to get it all going.
Yep. And you remember how the panic chart is it's a 2d6 and you add them, right?
Yeah, it's the 1d6 and then you add whatever your current stress.
What's your current stress? Thank you.
So I rolled a 1, so plus that is 2, and that's
You're
under
good.
yeah.
So I got 2 6s on Comtech.
All right. So anything you want to do with the second 6?
So can I figure out, as part of the systems making it better, figure out what's wrong with the air scrubbers?
So you could, what that would, yes, so I'll take that, but what it tells you is that someone would need to address the what you learn is that someone would need to go into the air scrubbers, which is below deck, kind of in one of the either engineering room, and make a heavy machinery check.
Okay, so I am going to use the comm and hopefully get to Nelson and communicate that information and see if he is able to deal with that.
If Nelson's still in the cryo chamber, then yeah, he would get the comm. He would hear what's going on.
Yeah, so I can head down there.
So you're heading down there. So then he heads to that area. Rafa's just locked and loaded. Is anyone else doing anything else?
Yeah. Can I go deal with a gas leak?
Yes. So as Nelson's going down, Arden goes for the gas leak, and as you arrive in the Arden, you get in there and you can hear the gas kind of hissing from one of the pipes, and you realize you will need to. This would be a strength check. You look around for basically, you do find the tools, like it's kind of like a wrench, like something you can kind of close off or subvert the issue, but it is a strength check, but not heavy machine.
I'm a surprisingly strong scientist, so I did not succeed, but I also got panicked. So that's something. I got no 6s. And no 1s.
And no 1s. So now remember, you guys can always push once, but if you push, you do take an extra stress. Your choice.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Okay, so you're pushing. So stress goes up to 3 now for Arden, right?
Okay, so I did get a 6, but I also am now panicking.
You're now panicking.
Yes.
Okay, so as Arden is closing off the pipe valve, suddenly there's boom, like an explosion, and some of you hear it in the area as Arden gets blown back as fire erupts from the pipe that she was just closing off. Something must have sparked in the room. As she slams against the side and falls her knees. Arden, you take 1 damage.
Okay. And I did roll on the panic chart. I got a 7, which is the nervous twitch.
So we're starting to see her visually kind of losing it a bit, but trying to hold it together. That lasts for just 1 round, and then I think for the nervous twitch, it actually tells you how long. It just said my
stress level goes up 1.
Okay, so stress level, yeah. So you have a little nervous twitch and stress level goes up. All right. So that means it's one of those where your stress doesn't reset, so you're now at 4. We then move to Nelson going down into the area below. He is going to What are you working on? Sorry, so many things going
The
on.
air scrubbers.
Air scrubbers.
Yeah, Barnes
So-
let me know to work on those.
Describe for me what you know. It's a heavy machinery check, but if you want to add any flair to what you would be working on, and to think the air scrubbers are basically the systems that purify the air on the ship and make sure you guys all breathe well.
Yeah. And this is a subsystem where it's like I don't have to work with it a lot, but at the same time, it's so crucial to us surviving that I like to be familiar with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like so I know where everything is in here. Just like, come on, we need this. I also have a maintenance jack, which I believe allows me to add 1 die to heavy machinery rolls.
Okay. Yeah.
Which means I get a shit ton of dice. So let me go ahead and roll that. Because that is, yeah, I do have the 1 stress. Oh, that is not great. I can roll 1 more die than I actually have. So hopefully this is a 6. It is not. Somehow, rolling 10 dice, I did not get a 6.
You
But I
can
did not
push
panic
and
either.
take another stress if you like, or you can.
Yes, I'm going to push because we need to breathe. When you push, do you re-roll the stress dice too, or just the?
Yes, you do. That's the idea of pushing. You got to re-roll the entire set of dice and add another stress die to it.
Okay, let me do that. Okay. Did not panic. Did get 2 6s. So I want to do it in half the regular time.
Half the regular time. Okay, and that's a good. So you are able to get that done so quickly and situated that it frees up enough time for you to go try to tackle another issue on the ship. Now, so far you guys have had one thing has been failed. The cargo area has been, I mean, the fuel, let's see, you went to the car. Yep, that's been, air scrubbers have been fixed. Is anybody else? What's anybody that hasn't, like, what's Rafa doing? Joe, actually, since I left it on you, what would you go to next? Since you got that extra time.
I was doing my action based on what was called out to me.
Okay.
Nobody's told me anything else, but I assume I heard the explosion.
Yes.
So I was going to go up and try to help with whatever happened there.
Okay. So as you go rushing over there, you arrive on the scene, Joe, and you see Arden down and not badly burned, but singed and definitely out of it, slowly waking up as you arrive.
Okay.
What's everyone else doing?
Rafa kind of heads to his locker to grab his M41s. You can kind of picture like some kind of smoke coming down from the top of the ship, kind of dark with the red flashing lights. And as soon as I grab my gun, I kind of lean into the locker a little bit, like just as a moment of like, just almost like I'm frozen. And it isn't until the explosion kind of jolts me out of this moment that I kind of snap out, take the gun, and head towards where the sound of the explosion was.
All right. So within moments, you two are there where Arden is. So Arden, you all are in the same location. Everyone else is back on the bridge. Right now, the ship is still kind of feels like it's drifting. Everyone, Holiday's still struggling to get it back on course. What's happening right now, it feels like the Holiday, it feels like the ship is still off course, and it feels like from where you're looking at it, it looks like your thrusters have taken some damage. That's not something you can fix right now. With going back with what needs to be, possibly things need to be done. The cargo area stuff is shifting there. And the air scrubbers have been fixed. I think there might be.
I think that's the only thing that got. The comms got fixed, right?
The systems, the systems are working,
online.
right?
Yep.
Can I try and, if we're back at, say, top of the round, can I try again to cut the engines and just get us stopped?
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a piloting check.
While she's rolling that, Malcolm, I will get to my hiding spot
Okay.
and check and see if there's anything, if this was caused by the weapon. I would just kind of open the case and look at it.
It's quiet. It's looks normal.
Okay, then I will close it, tuck it away where I've left it, and then run back up to where the rest of the group is.
Yeah, I panicked again, so I'm pushing it so I can reroll. So that's one more level of stress for me. Okay. Finally. 3 6s.
Wait, you panicked on the first roll. You can't push if you panicked.
Damn it.
So, I'll tell you what happens. Go and give me your roll for panic first. Yeah.
Then that's plus. 6. So I'm still.
6, so you're still okay.
So cool.
And
so
so
cool.
wrangling the ship under control as the comms, Barnes is getting the comms together. Slowly but surely the alarm stopped. The red lights stopped flashing. The ship stopped shuddering and aching and groaning, like in old, beast under duress, and all is calm. You guys have a breath there. Arden is kind of hurting and achy. What happens next?
So I'm basically using the systems to get a full picture of what is wrong and what we need to fix.
Yep.
So what do we find out in addition to anything else that we know about?
So it looks like what's the problems that are besetting the ship right now is that the thrusters, fuel line has been damaged. You expect that it would take about 2 shifts of work and would require a person to spacewalk, doing a heavy machinery check. And I'll actually put this in the chat here so that it helps you. If I can copy, if it'll stop being so slow. Oh, I didn't want to cut it. Come on. Oh, God. Okay, well, let's see if I can put this in to everyone.
Systems are erratic.
I know systems are definitely erratic right now.
Hey,
Right, so
I fixed those.
So that's one thing, and this is so some of these issues are coming from some of the fails that were made. God, why are you freezing up? The second one, their comm relays are good. Your you need a fuel line repair, which would take about 4 hours.
Is that different than the thrusters?
Yes, that's different from the thrusters. So that's interior. The thrusters need to be a spacewalk. And then my entire notes are freezing. Right now I can't even click on anything. I don't know why, so I can't copy anything or share it with you. Things are slowing down here. But I can tell you that. So you got the fuel line repair that needs to be done. And then your cargo support racks have been damaged. And because no one addressed them, it looks like some of your cargo has shifted and spilled, which means that some of the contents could be damaged. But just right now, a power loader working a 2-shift period could repair the racks and get everything back in line.
Sounds like Nelson's gonna be busy.
Mm-hmm. I can help you with the cargo area, Nelson.
Appreciate it, because I'm gonna have some shit to do.
Yeah. Sure.
Force quit my notes and pray they open back up.
How's Arden doing? Arden, you all right? You got burned up pretty good.
Yeah, it'll all work itself out. I think the bigger issue is the fact that that room just exploded.
And so here's the thing, because of the structural integrity of the ship, it wasn't a huge like decompressing. It was almost like a fire explosion in the room, and then the air compressors thing sealed it off and stopped it very quickly. So it was really, you just took damage from it, but the ship is okay. I will say that the hull, I think you guys' hull is at 6, or your armor rating on your ship is at 6. It is at a 5 right now because of that. But other than that, there's no air spilling out into space or anything like that.
So have we been able to figure out what the cause of all of this was?
The neutrino burst, the solar flare.
Right, but I'm assuming that our course was not to take us close enough to a, like, we wouldn't have been, would that have been on our course that would have been likely, or?
They're extremely unlikely. It's one of those rare phenomena that do occur, as much as a whirlpool or as a tornado occur on the high seas. You guys are off course, and that's why correcting your thrusters. Oh, in addition, the thrusters need to be fixed. That also will need a piloting check as well for that same from Holiday to reset her systems and try to get back on course as well.
Holiday's like looking at the controls like, baby, what did I do wrong? I'm sorry, I swear I won't do it again.
So guys, feel free to roll. I must drink too much water tonight. I rarely ever need to leave. It's like I gotta run back to the restroom. So 2 minutes, not a break, but I'll be right back. Just keep playing.
Homework, alien.
That water.
So what are we gonna do first?
I guess it's pretty rare. This is a rare. What are the odds?
Well, Holiday can't fix course right until thrusters are repaired.
Yeah,
so that's priority, right? So.
And I'm assuming the fuel line is probably important as well, because the thrusters may not work unless that fuel line actually.
Not to say that everything we need to do is equally important, but I don't like the idea of sitting here with armor and a big gaping side of our hull exposed while we fix everything else. So we might want to split up, maybe make sure that somebody takes care of the hull sooner rather than later as we work on the sort of domino of everything else.
Well, I'm assuming that's going to take a spacewalk as well.
2 birds, 1 stone?
Yeah, pretty sure that's how that works. Well, I don't know about 2 birds, 1 stone. I think it means 2 birds out in space.
All right.
2 birds handling 2 different jobs in space.
So other than Nelson, does anybody have any heavy machinery skill?
Yeah, I have 1.
Absolutely none.
I mean, I am strong, but my heavy machinery is nothing.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I can help out with I can move things around a little bit. What do you want me to do? Just tell me.
What I miss? Okay.
We're just trying to figure out who does what.
We're delegating.
We're looking at the chore wheel with our magnets. Getting ready to put our names on the chore wheel.
Yeah, so the spacewalk, other than the heavy machinery in order to fix the thrusters, is there any other skill that is involved in doing a spacewalk?
No, I imagine it's just that with a little bit of guidance that wouldn't even cause a check from the Comtech and from someone inside. They probably need a little bit of assistance, but the main work is heavy machinery as you are making some repairs to the exterior of the ship.
Okay. What about the internal fuel line? What is that going to involve?
That's another. Go back to that. 4 hours. Another just a strength check.
Okay.
I should be able to lend my maintenance jack to somebody who's working inside. Like that object, the equipment is not attached to me. Like I can lend it to somebody to help out. So that's an extra die for somebody who wants to fix a fuel line.
Y'all want me to? I'll fix the damn fuel line. And you almost said become an engineer, living on these ships for a long time.
Well,
Mechanical, whatever you want to call them.
we got a lot of shit to do. You might need to do something else. Because we got to address the hull. We got to get the cargo racks. It's all machinery.
All right. Well,
Yeah, I'll try the cargo racks.
I'll start with the hull then.
I feel so.
Good idea.
So do they need basically a calm person to guide them from inside? Is that a thing, or could I be doing something else?
You could do, yeah, I think that they don't need a comm tech person. You actually did so well on your comm techs, you negated issues with comm for this part of the story. So you could do other things, or you can just, you guys can help each other too. So you can like go and give someone aid on their check if you like, and be in that scene, in that situation with them and describing what you're doing completely.
I may not be able to help you with the heavy machinery, gentlemen, but I can hold the cord of anything while we're out there, maybe.
Hold the light.
Yes, I will help two of y'all where I don't think I'll be able to do what y'all do myself.
Well, I will attempt to work on the fuel line inside while they're spacewalking.
Okay, so you're going to work on the fuel line.
I can help you with the fuel line.
Okay.
As long as it doesn't explode.
Okay, so who's making the fuel line check? Who's working on that?
I nominate her.
Nominate Barnes. So Barnes will be doing that.
With Arden
helping.
Holding the light on that one.
Okay, so we'll do all these at the same time. We'll gather. We'll delegate what's going on, and that fuel line is only going to take about 4 hours. So that's probably going to be the first check that gets done. And then the spacewalk, as you prepare, will take a full shift. That's somebody out there in space for a good 6 hours, 4 to 6 hours, just kind of tugging away. Who's doing that again? All right, so Joe, and wait, so how are they going out there with them?
I was thinking that I could help because I can't, I'm not very good at doing it myself, but if I can help take some of the load off. Holiday's not scared of being out in space.
Yeah, so Holiday and kind of give me some visual aid are going. Holiday and Joe are going out into space up here on.
I'll hold the light.
Yeah, they're going out on the ship.
Wrench. I know what those look like. Wrench.
And then Arden, Barnes, and then what is my scientist? What's our new scientist, Zane? What's he up to?
Typically, when I'm stressed, I like to write down equations. I'm gonna pull out a piece of paper and I'm starting to just jot down some equations. I'm trying to figure out what are the exact odds that we would hit a neutrino burst in this sector.
So is no one using the power loader to fix the cargo? Because
I am.
Okay, so
yeah.
So you're power loader proficient, huh? So we.
Nope. Definitely not.
Did Nelson? I hope Nelson told him where he stashed the battery for that thing, or he gets down there.
Yeah. I mean,
I actually.
Would you have told him, Nelson?
Use a power loader.
Yeah. Do you want to switch off and do the power loader? I mean, this is.
Maybe I should, because I can actually. One of my talents is a spaceship mechanic. I should probably look at my character. I'm like, whatever.
Mechanic.
Yeah.
I know, I was looking at mine, and so I have a lot of skill in manipulation. So I was like, I can manipulate the box.
Yeah, you can make people. You can also make people do things, and you can kind of try to order people around and stuff. So yeah, I know we're all.
I'm good with just manipulating boxes, dude. That box goes there. Play some Tetris.
Okay, I guess I'm running the power loader, and you're now helping with the fuel line.
Yeah, the power loader will add to your check for heavy machinery. I think it adds. I'm trying to find it. If anyone can find it before me, I should have pulled this up before the game, but I literally forgot about it. One of the things that slipped my mind, and I want to say it's in the section on weapons and vehicles. Which is probably, so if anybody gets the TOC and the table of contents.
And I heard Yarvis speak up about fixing the cargo rack, so I would have told him. By the way, stash the fuel cell.
If we don't find it in a minute, then I'm gonna make a judgment call and probably give you 3 extra dice or something like that, because I would think that it makes it easier for you to make those checks. So we'll say the power loader gives you a +3. Till I find it, and I'll make a note to make sure.
Is it a heavy machinery check to do this?
Because you gotta like repair the racks, you gotta put the cargo back in. So it's a lot of picking up the cargo, putting it back on the shelf after you fix those racks and like pinning it all back in. Is anyone doing that with Barnes, or is it just Barnes? So Barnes, you're down. So Barnes, you actually have a little. You're in your power over there. Yep, your little mech down there. Kind of dank and quiet down there. So if you're not doing that, where would you go, Yarvis?
Oh, I think I got delegated to the fuel line.
Fuel line, so you're standing over there, and then we really just got Zane just sitting in the galley, or
yeah, probably the galley.
Like a good spy.
Yeah.
Just documenting everything.
So Yarvis, you would, because I handed off to whoever needs it, the maintenance jack.
Oh, that's.
So you should be able to add 1 to heavy machinery.
Do I need heavy machinery for the fuel line?
Thought he said strength.
Strength.
Is it only your thing of heavy machinery equipment? Is that what? No, because you're the thing you're talking about, Joe. It's a tool, right?
It's a tool. Yeah,
I imagine it would help. So what I'll do is I said it was strength, but with the tool, we'll turn it into a heavy machinery check and make it easier. How about that?
Sure, I'll take it.
If he hands it off to you. So Nelson has proved really useful. You know, with you guys like this power.
Clearly, we need more people with heavy machinery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's funny is there were some other checks. There were other different types of checks, but you guys thwarted all of those. Just all the things that happened to go wrong were all heavy machinery checks. Because basically every check that you like Deborah's, not Deborah, but Cheryl's or checks kind of like spiraled into other things that went wrong with the ship. It was kind of like one of the main checks, and then other checks did the same thing. So right now they're all heavy machinery. So the 4 hours, we'll start with the 4 hours that you guys are kind of working there, and maybe if you get more rolls, you reduce that time. So go ahead and make that check. I think that's Yarvis on a heavy machinery check. You're taking them. And what does the tool help him with? Nelson, does it give him a certain amount of plus dice?
It gives him +1 dice.
+1 dice, and then he gets +1 because Arden is helping.
Right.
And then
and am I still stressed? Or
this has just happened. So yes, I would imagine that, well, maybe 10 minutes has gone by. So I'll say anyone with multiple stress, 1 stress has gone away. So yes, you're no longer stressed. It's definitely been a turn before you start working. You guys were talking things out. It's going on it's probably about to hit 20 minutes. So in a few, it's probably somebody else is going to come down. But right now we'll say 1 turn.
Got it. Okay, so I'm looking at the fuel lines, and it literally looks like Zane's research notes. I'm like, this means nothing to me. So let's see what I do. No successes.
Okay, so no successes, but no 1s, right? Oh, but you don't have any stress.
I don't have stress, yeah.
So you can push again, if you'd like.
And a push would allow me to reroll all dice.
You will get a stress though. You get to roll all the dice, but you will take a stress dice. But that will also be an extra dice.
Yeah, let's try it.
Roll as well.
Same, no successes and no panics.
Okay, no panics. So, unfortunately, it seems like you guys kind of fail, and you hear this kind of like, and Barnes is kind of looking at her little comm on her power loader. She's like, shit, as the heat generator goes down. And it looks like it's going to be down for 2 to 3 hours. So the ship's going to get really cold for a while. Everyone needs to give me a stamina check.
Not good at that.
Yep. Right now.
Can I make the argument that the people doing the spacewalk are in space?
Oh yeah, people do the spacewalk are in space, so they're fine. Good argument. Good argument.
I got a success.
Nice.
Ooh, I got 2 6s. I only have a stamina of 2.
Nice. Any fails on stamina?
Am I if I'm repairing the hull, am I outside as well?
Where are you at?
I was repairing the hull.
Oh, so you're outside. Yeah, then you're outside. You're outside with all of them. So you don't have to take it. It's everyone else. So any other fails? There's no panics on this. I mean, what
Are
did
you sure? Because I panicked.
You got a panic? So give me a panic check. Let's see what happens.
8.
Oh, so
I'm
what's
doing
that?
great, guys.
So what's that?
Tremble.
Tremble. So you're starting to tremble for.
All skills using agility suffer. I'm assuming that's a -2.
Yeah,
for the
-2 to
duration.
your agility checks.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. Look
Snapchat
at
filters.
look at Holiday. That's great. And so, man, you guys are you immediately start to feel the ship kind of getting cold. That chill kind of starting to run by your spine. And because of the fails, if you failed, what will happen is you have to click the exhausted condition on your character sheet. And if I'm just going to treat it like I'm not even going to go into exhausted rules, but basically if you start getting multiple exhaustions, if you get all 4 of those exhaustion checks, that could kill you. That could just like outright. So pretty much everyone is like starting to feel fatigued because they're not feeling comfortable, right? Getting that the ship is no longer home right now because this fuel line is going to be down for some time. So while this is happening, do we want to go outside to the outer hull, or do we want to go to the cargo bay?
Why don't we go outside?
All right. So, Joe, you're out there working with, I don't know what you guys are kind of talking about. So as things are going, you guys, just kind of chatting it up, kind of breathing as you're spacewalking. It's a strange thing. I don't know if this is your first time, but as you guys are tethered to the ship by this cord that's like your umbilical, as you kind of bounce along the side of the ship, you kind of take in the stars, the nebula that's all around you.
As Holiday is like handing off something,
Yeah.
soon she's gonna say, you know what this reminds me of? Mining underwater.
Yeah.
I guess it's a little bit like that, yeah. Yeah.
Water. Oh.
Saying that,
Great.
I hope it's not entirely like that.
So you
Yeah.
get you have a machinery check with a +1 as you guys are working. It does take 2 separate shifts. You guys are probably I imagine at your first shift, you've went over just fine. This is your second time. We'll just kind of jump ahead a little bit and say that's like your actually, well, because we're still within the 4 hours. So no, to keep things within continuity, this is your first shift working on the thrusters. Go ahead and give me your roll. No,
This is still with 1 stress.
with still you know what, I'm gonna take all I'm gonna keep 1 stress because I'm gonna imagine that going into space itself for the first time, instead it didn't double your stress, but it just kept you guys' stress just stayed, right? So everyone else's went down, you guys' stress just stayed up a bit. It's not comfortable necessarily, but it is a lot like water. So I imagine you're like just at the point where you're starting to get used to it, but not yet.
Okay.
2 6s.
2 6. Well, okay. So actually, Nelson's the one making the check. I thought that Rafa was helping, but Rafa, you haven't made some checks in a while, so I went with Nelson's though. So
That's
Rafa,
okay.
yeah, you can get a +1 for both Holiday helping. So if you want to roll an extra one, black die, you can for Rafa. I don't know.
I thought we were having Rafa work on the hull, and I was working on the thrusters.
Oh, I see. So you guys kind of added. Okay,
Is with Nelson.
Got it. That wasn't a check that I originally had. So Rafa's working on whole. I'll take it because Rafa's trying to fix basically what Arden kind of got damaged from the explosion. I see. There's separate checks happening on separate parts of the hull. Did you get any 6s, Rafa?
2 6s.
2 6s. Nice. So things are going well on your shift, and your hull it's good. It's kind of patchwork. It's not going to be 100%, but the ship should be just fine.
Right.
And so the armor rating on the hull has gone back to 6.
Yeah.
Over for Nelson.
And
what did you get?
Nelson also got 2 6s.
Nice. 2 6s. So what do you want to do with the second 6?
It's unoriginal, but I don't want to spend another
That's
shift
what I
out
figured.
here, so just get us back inside.
Yep. So you guys are just finishing up. You were able to do that instead of 12, 8 to 12 hours. you're able to do it in the time that they fixed the fuel line, which just shows how good Nelson and Holiday are as a team, working together, first time out in space. And then we move over to Barnes in the bay with kind of all this cargo laying around. Kind of, you've already fixed the kind of the racks. So right now, Barnes, you're just putting the racks. You know, you're kind of picking up our cargo that has fallen and putting it back on one at a time. That's where your heavy machinery check comes in.
Okay. And then nobody's helping me, right?
I don't think anybody's down there with you, no.
Okay. I got 1-6.
A 1-6, nice.
Yeah.
So you are doing this with such skill that I imagine that anything that got damaged in the fall, you have made sure, Barnes, that nothing else gets damaged further as you put it all back.
Was there anything suspicious in the stuff that may have fallen out, or was it all stuff that I would expect to have seen?
Nothing actually came out of the containers, so they're all still sealed. So you don't. So if you're moving the containers with the compression suits or the arm or the weapons, everything seems normal. So you kind of put that, and then you notice one container, a little different from the others, laying on the ground. Looks like the size of it looks like a metal coffin, kind of like that box that Henry's carrying, but the size of a human, and it's open. And you can see the foam padded shape of a person, but there's nobody inside of it. Can I get an observation check from Barnes?
One six.
1-6. And so Barnes, if you got 1-6, ooh, 2 6s. So Barnes, like halfway, you do, like your hairs rise up on the back of your skin as you kind of whip the power loader and kind of try to look. You know, there's no way to really look over your shoulder. There's like a metal wall right there, but as you start to turn it, you see this person walking out of the shadows, this humanoid that is pure pale and white. Their skin looks like latex rubber, and they just have a slit for a mouth and two kind of eyes that almost look like LED lights in the sockets. And you immediately recognize, as it steps out of the dark, this thing to be a Seegson model android. Those androids are typically they're like bootleg versions of Weyland Yutani. Very cheap. People call them working Joes. And so as this thing steps into the light, it's kind of pure, kind of clean face. It says, "Working Joe always keeps their working area clean, and you should be cleaned." And it reaps its hands out, and it like lurches forward really quick and grabs like the two bars that like are holding you strapped in, and will go to make an attack. Actually, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm actually not gonna do. I'm gonna do initiative. So this is happening. It's lurching for you, but instead of like playing out those cards, we're just gonna go. What do you do, Barnes? First, you get first action, and as this is happening, you have your ComTech there, so you can easily make a call and alert everyone else to what is happening here in the bay with you.
Yeah. So basically, the thing I'm in does it have like, it has grabbers, right?
Yeah, and I imagine you only have time for one thing. It's either alert everyone or try to fight this thing.
Okay, so I think my first instinct would be to try to get the thing off of me.
Let's go ahead and tidy up.
So I'm going to try to get it off of me with my grabbers.
Okay.
Is that
Just
heavy
trying to say-
machinery?
Oh shoot! So that's gonna be a. That's where we need the power loader for this. Let me.
Yeah. Malcolm, I was able to find it.
Okay, excellent.
It's on page 128.
Okay.
It does say +3 to close combat and damage rating 3 in close combat attacks.
Okay.
But it also says requires skill level 2 in heavy machinery to use.
Do you have skill level 2? I'm not gonna take it away from you. I'll just maybe make your.
Not specifically in heavy machinery. Well, I do if I use my talent.
Oh, there
Okay.
you go.
Well, do you want to
Which
use
is-
your talent right now?
How many times can I use my talent? Just once?
In a short amount of time, yes. I believe
Okay.
it's. I'll need to check on that. I think it's like once per. What talent is it?
Well, this is the thing, so I don't think I can use it for this because it's specifically for repairing damage to spacecraft.
Yeah, then it won't be helpful.
Yeah,
in
so
this
I
particular
don't.
situation.
Then I don't have 2 in heavy machinery.
Don't worry, I'm trying to help.
Malcolm's creepy faces.
Ooh.
When the
What
red
Even
so
creepier.
what am I able to do?
and I was like, oh no.
So basically this is a moment where slow action. So pretty much this is combat. You get 1 slow action and 1 fast action. So a slow action is usually something that takes up a lot of the seconds in the time. So
Right.
trying to run, trying to get away, is one of your fast actions. Trying to shoot the gun or fight it with your that's a slow action. Running away is going to be a slow action in this point too because you're also in the you're in this like power loader.
Well, am I able to use it to try to push him off of me?
Are you just trying to do a shove? So there is a move called shove.
But I'm in my guy, right? So
Yeah, you're in the power loader. So the power loader, what does it give her? A +3 to what if you have?
+3 to close combat.
So because you don't have the right skills, it's going to give you a +2.
Okay. And would this be a close combat move?
Yes, this is are you trying to attack it or do you want to shove it? So there is a shove move, and if you shove it, then you're pretty much just trying to push it to the ground and cause it to lose its turn. It's kind of like your strength against its, and then get the hell out of dodge. You could also do that if you don't think you
Well,
can
I'm trying
kill
to
it.
get it off of me.
Yeah, and it's like
So-
kind of climbing up. So you're trying to like grab it with one of the claws and pull it off of your frame because it was able to get in close because you failed that observation.
Okay. So yeah, that's what I would try to do.
Okay.
So what am I rolling?
Okay, so you're gonna roll with a close combat check. You're gonna roll strength and close combat. So your strength number, close combat,
All right.
+2 because
Okay.
you're in the power loader.
And do I have stress?
And you do have you had no stress going into
I
your
had
life.
no stress.
So you now have +1 stress. You're being
So-
attacked by something strange. So yes.
Okay, I have 1 6 and no stress 1.
Okay, so you have 1 6, so 1
Yeah.
damage. It would roll for armor. Okay. Android. No 6s, so you do 1 damage to it. So you're able to. You don't grab it and crush it because you don't go for the shove or the grab or the push, but you end up like kind of moving your arm up very quickly and throwing it off of you, and it because just the force of the arm on the armor throws this thing off onto the ground. It collapses and it starts to writhe around and try to get back up. Its eyes glowing red. You kind of tore some of the latex on the mask. You can see some of the gears moving under it. Unlike Weyland Yutani that feel very human, where this whiteness starts gushing out, it's just servo gears under there. Its face is kind of torn, and it starts to get up. A working Joe always does his job to the end. So as this is happening, you're finishing up your turn. There's like one quick action you can do, a fast action, which is usually like something just within very.
Could I hit the comm and say?
I imagine you hit the comm and just like you could just.
Ah!
Yeah, it's just like they just hear your voice echo from above. At that moment, someone else, does anyone else want, because pretty much we're going on, it's not really no order, but you do have a slow and a fast action that you can do. Think of it like initiative, but you can take control of it. This is what anyone else is doing.
I would say, I mean, because Arden and I are downstairs too, right? This is all taking place in that like the lower level.
The lower level. Arden and you guys are right above. You're in the.
Oh, got it.
So I said I was going to do this earlier because this section leads downstairs. So you're probably the closest to her, but she's underground and you're above. You're like the ladder leads down there, and you of course you are outside and you hear the come in over your intercoms.
Yeah, I mean, hearing that, I would look at Arden and making our way down town.
Oh, let's go.
So as you make your way down, Yarvis, you are able to take 2 fast actions to go downstairs, which, well, your fast action, because you can take 2 fast actions or 1 long action and a fast action. But the 1 fast action gets you right in the room. So you arrive. Is Arden going as well?
I think she said
yes.
Yep. So you both arrive, but we're still piggybacking off of Yarvis's turn. So what are you doing?
Can we do something else? Because I thought it was 2 fast actions.
Oh no. I guess you know what. I will say that you're able to arrive there. I was trying to give you a little bit more, but yes, because it normally would just be one fast action to get there, but you have to climb down the stairs and then move down the hallway. So yeah, you're arriving just to see the creature standing to its feet and rushing. And actually, as you rush into the room, the creature's standing to its feet and it's looking at Barnes, but it turns and it sees Yarvis and it starts hobbling towards you. Yarvis, are you not wearing armor?
I am not. Except the armor of Cologne.
Oh Lord. Yarvis, you would take 3 hits of damage as this thing rushes in and it grabs Yarvis by the neck and it starts picking him up and it just starts crushing his throat, like just starts like closing, like doesn't throw him. Does that put you down, or are you still?
I don't know how much HP I have actually. My character sheet is blank. How do I figure that out?
Your strength is equal to your
my strength is 2.
Strength. So yeah. So then you would take.
Boom.
You would need to roll. You would go.
out?
You would be.
Yeah, I'm out.
You need to roll on the critical injury chart, which is one page. Which actually, I also kept these. I tried to get back to Roll20 because I keep them pretty easily accessible. You should. I also put the charts in Roll20. I know it's been a while, but they're in the like all the players can see them. There should be one that's the. Man, everything's moving so slow.
Yeah.
Quick
reference sheet. So there's like a cheat sheet, and then there's the broken and crit injury chart. So give me. No, that's the crit injury. So you roll 2d6s. One needs to be your high number. I can, if you just roll, I can tell you what happens for you. Okay. So you roll like a black. Roll 1. Basically, your high 10s number will be your regular die, and your stress die will be the lower numbers. So if you want to do it that way, so if you roll like a 6 and a 2, it'll be 62, right?
Okay. 11.
That's good to roll low. So, wow. So So as it is crushing your throat, camera pans over. Arden, what are you doing? With that.
If you say watching, I swear to God, no.
Like, is there anything you would do?
This is happening.
This is a free action. This is just like a cinematic moment. Is there anything you would do in this moment?
Can I try to push the guy off of him?
Yeah, so you slam your body against him and you realize it's like almost like a, like a rock, but you do it just enough for it to divert its attention and to let go. And as Yarvis drops to the ground, he's like, Yarvis, you are pretty much you're broken right now until somebody helps you with medical aid. You need to try to seek. You can only basically move very slowly. You can try to seek cover. You're broken, but you are winded, and you're just winded right now, and you're down, but you're not dead. Because this thing doesn't act like an alien where it rolls that fucking death kill, right? But you could be. If it hits you again, that could be it. And so it just slowly turns. The creature's already had its turn, but it just looks down at Arden. Sorry, didn't see you there. I can help you too. Starts to take a step forward. Arden has taken their turns. What is everyone else doing?
Does Zane see what's going on here?
No, Zane, you just heard the blood-curdling scream over the... You're still getting your awareness of the ship, but I imagine you kind of know where everyone was working over the past 4 hours. So you could go there,
So I'm gonna walk over to see what the commotion is, but try to keep a little distance. Hearing the sounds, would I be able to see what's going on?
So if you pretty much use both of your turns to move, you would pretty much just get to the room before it's time to go downstairs. So you're just about to go downstairs, they're already down there. Everyone else is outside on the hull of the ship. People on the hull of the ship, what are you guys doing?
That doesn't sound very good.
We can hear it. I mean, we have no idea what's going on.
No.
So I'm just gonna continue doing my work.
So you just finished up the hull, so it's done.
Oh, I'm
Are you just working your way back into the?
Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking make some more quesadillas.
Just ignore the screaming coming over the
sounds
comm.
so good right now.
Oh, yeah, the comm, right? Yeah, I'm going back in.
Everyone outside.
I'm gonna be
go
like waving people in, and looking to Holiday like, come on.
Got it.
Yeah, grabbing the stuff and heading out.
Can I get, as you guys, but you know something's wrong because the way you heard it. Can I get an observation check from everyone outside in the exterior hull?
We're still on 1 stress.
Yes, everyone's still on 1 stress. Also, everyone who's fighting so Arden and Jarvis would have taken another stress, and then Jarvis is the only one that's broken right now. Who could be a threat?
Yeah.
Yeah, zilch, but no panic. So
I see nothing.
This is the stand-in for the.
We're just slowly bobbing along in space, trying to go as fast as we can.
So Zilch, nobody got anything out there for observation?
I got 2 6s.
Oh, wow.
Oh, nice.
So the one thing you do notice is that from outside, all the cargo bays are connected, what Rafa knows. Actually, Rafa, I'm going to send this to you in a message. You can decide what to do with it.
Nelson and Holiday are too busy chatting.
Yeah, that's about right.
What's the secret? Oh.
Being able to see Malcolm turn to type makes it all the more.
I'm doing something sneaky.
Yeah, something is happening here. It's not like we can't see that it's happening.
I know, right? Yeah.
Okay. Ooh.
Okay. So, unfortunately, the only problem with this situation I didn't expect it to happen here and now. The crew outside is definitely working their way, but there's such a process. Like, you guys are probably going to be working your way for the next 5 minutes to get yourself back inside. But I imagine you're still doing that. So in that time, you will start to hear whatever, Barnes starts yelling out, whatever starts happening from there. But, we're starting at the top of that second round as you're all trying to get back inside the ship. Whoever wants to go and start this second round is up. The creature is now looking at, or the android is looking at Arden. It's turning its attention away, thinking that it has maybe done its job on the downed Yarvis.
So what? Being broken. What are my actions?
Yeah. Let's go.
Is it on the cheat sheet?
Broken. I think broken. All you can do is crawl. You can pretty much crawl and try to hide until you. You can try to do medical aid on yourself, a medical aid check, but you have to be in hiding to do it. Which means if you're still in threat, you're screwed. So you pretty much you're pretty much in a horror movie and you're just crawling. You're like, and it's strangely distracted, right? It's looking away from you right now towards Arden, and it's kind of stepping Arden right now. It's kind of walking down into the door opens behind you, and it's just like following you. Now, momentarily, it has turned its back on Barnes, who's behind it as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna slowly crawl behind a box and hang out.
So you start to pull yourself, and give me a mobility check. And this is a mobility check against the observation check of the. And I will take 2 away from its observation only because it is not paying attention to you.
Okay. And then you said I had 2 stress, right? So I'll add that. Oh boy. 3 successes.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Can I somersault away from this guy?
So you're just able to, basically, it being so distracted, just looks like you're able to pulling, dragging yourself, clutching your throat. You find a spot behind the cargo hold there. If there are any questions you want to ask me, it could serve you, since you've got 3, because I think with observation you can ask me a question about the situation, the room, anything like that could help you. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say no, because my focus right now, because I'm broken. My focus is gonna be on that.
Is on that.
Yeah.
And so you're just hiding right now. So the good thing right now is you could make medical aid on yourself or try to stabilize yourself. And for all parts and purposes, you're fine because you just rolled winded. So it's not like your arm's broken or your lungs punctured and you need to keep making critical, checks that could get you killed.
Sure.
You're just kind of gathering yourself.
Got it. Okay.
Who's up next?
I can picture myself kind of being torn between frightened and curious, and as I'm looking over the stairs going down or the ladder going down, I'm just gonna yell out, "What's going on down there?" And if I don't hear anything, I'm gonna just really slowly go down the ladder.
And so
I'm prepared to run at the first sight if I see anything. I'm just terrified, but I also want to see what's happening.
All right. I know I told them earlier before, being conscious of what I said, you going down and going over should be the end of your turn.
Okay.
But this being your first alien game, are you trying to be a hero? You see this thing standing there and Arden backing away. The door opens. I imagine that Arden kind of backs away a bit, and the door to the cargo hold slides open, and you see this almost 6.5 foot tall, pale, rubbery human in cargo clothes that say Siegson on like the lapel.
Is it moving away from me or towards
It's moving towards Arden, and then you're behind Arden, right? Imagine a dark hallway leading to that cargo chain, and you can see those two silhouettes, him in front of her, and then you at the end of that 20-foot hall, and then the stairs that you just, even the ladder that you just came down.
So I'll just be like, shit. Can I use my analysis talent and try to figure out like what this
Can you read it for me, what it allows you to do?
Yeah.
I think it allows you to, I'm going to allow you to do it because maybe it will uncover a weakness or something like that.
Yeah, right. And it also might reduce stress level for other people around me.
And it makes sense because you worked on the ship. You worked on this place. You were...
Yeah, and I'm aware of the Siegson. Like the Siegson thing, I'm like, oh, I've seen that. Okay, so I can roll observation to gain insight. For every... Is it one, I guess? Every one I roll, you get to ask the GM one of the questions, like, is it dead or alive? How old is it? What is its purpose?
First, you make the observation check, and then so you need to hit a 6, right? And then for every 6, you get to ask. But what is your talent? Does it give you? Does it change that? Does it alter that in some way?
Oh, does it alter the analysis?
No. What is when you read the talent for the scientist? What does it say for that talent?
Yeah, the analysis talent says you can roll observation to gain insight regarding strange and alien artifacts or creatures that you encounter, and get a chance to study for at least one turn. For every the image looks like a 1, but I'm not sure if that's a success.
That's a 6. That's a success.
Okay, so for every 6 you roll, you get to ask the GM one of the questions, like how does it work, what problems it causes, and then the GM must answer truthfully. A successful analyze roll also reduces the stress level of all other PCs within short range by 1, while a failed roll increases the other PC's stress level.
Okay, so this could bring everybody's stress down 1. Instead of it taking a turn, over the course of a turn, since we're coming down to the end of this game, I know we're going a little over. I'm going to just make it where you can do, because you know the creature possibly, so you can do this within a round. It's like a split second, and you look at it, and you're like, how do you stop these things? Go ahead and give me the observation check.
And do I have like one stress?
Observation is going to be your observation number plus your wits. Right?
Got it.
Yep.
And then one stress die as well.
And one stress die as well.
Okay. I got 1 6 and no stress.
Okay. So with the 1 6, that's still a success. So without you needing to ask any other questions, you remember, and you can call this out if you want, but you know that the weakness is a spot in the back of their neck. If it's damaged, or it can even be pulled. There's like a little rip cord, and then it pulls like the chip out of their brain, and it just shuts them down.
I'll yell that.
It would be a way to do that.
I'll yell that out to Arden and kind of prepare to run back up the stairs.
And so you don't have time to go back upstairs, but as you're kind of going back up, you're like, the thing that you just said.
The back of the neck. I'll say it as loud as I can.
I'm just going to say that both Barnes and Arden heard it.
Because he's faced away from me, right?
He did not say it on the comms, so no one else outside heard it.
Also, do they get reduce 1 stress?
And yes, they do reduce 1 stress. So you guys both reduce 1 stress.
Okay, so cool. He's faced away from me right now, right?
Yes, the thing is moving towards Arden, and our boy over here is in the hallway about to go back up, but like this is the creature that's trying to, the android. This is Arden, and then this is you, Barnes, and the...
So am I able to get out of that quickly enough to sort of come up behind him and try to pull the cord?
I think that it would be a slow action to... maybe it's... You know what? I will give it... I think it's typically a slow action to shut that thing down and to try to get yourself out of it. But if you're really good, I will give you an extra, which won't count against your actions, a Comtech to like a quick release. But if you fail, you're stuck inside and you're going to lose the turn. So you got to.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try. I have a pretty good Comtech score.
And he's raising his hand.
I got 2 6s.
Okay.
So I get 9 dice.
So how do you? What does it look like as you like the bars? I know you've seen a power loader, so Ripley's kind of like locked in. It's kind of like roller coaster bars. Those things fly up, You got these two
Yeah.
control hand things that you're able to release and let go. Your
Yeah.
boots your feet are strapped in like on your legs, but you're able to kind of like pull the Velcro or whatever the locks on those off. And you slam down on the ground. What do you do?
Yeah, I think you see me sort of slip out of all the harnesses and land on the ground, and I'm crouched down. You see me sort of scurry forward, and then you see this sort of jump onto it and grab the thing and yank on it.
All right, so here's the thing. You know where to make it happen. It's going to be a close combat check. The only issue is that because you're going for like a called shot, it's going to be at a -1.
Oh, okay. I want to use my bonus die that we got earlier. This is pretty sad. Okay, I need to push it.
Okay, no ones on stress.
No.
Okay, and you should. So yeah. Okay, you don't have any stress right now, so okay.
I do now.
Yeah.
I got 1-6.
Got 1-6. So with the 1-6, describe for me what it looks like as you kind of grab the back of this thing. What do you do? Is it with your hands? Is it with a tool? What do you do?
So what I did was I jumped on its back and I sort of have my arm around its neck. And I'm sort of like reaching and finally I grab what I want to get and I just yank.
Stop it. What are you doing? Joe's here to help you. And as you yank, that little cord comes out. Its eyes stop glowing. And it kind of like drops down on its knees. And it powers all the way down. And for all intents and purposes, there's a sigh of relief as another threat is averted.
Can I go attempt to provide medical aid to the dude? I think it was Jarvis.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a medical aid check.
Okay, I'm not very good, but here we go.
And he's like it's not, his windpipe's not crushed, but he's still like heavily breathing and tripping out.
I did get 2 6s. My stress.
All right, so he's gonna be okay. Slowly but surely, the doors open as you guys are kind of decompressing and going. The rest of you from outside are slowly working your way inside, and as you guys see each other, you guys are taking your helmets off. Like, what the fuck happened? You know?
Gotta stop you right there. If all we heard was screaming on the radio, I'm not taking my helmet off. I'm just gonna run in.
It's just so. Eventually, you all make it down to where everyone is at. As you walk into the cargo bay, you see the Zeeks and android kind of hunched on it, still just sitting on its knees, not laying on the ground. Its two little like bulb eyes powered down, a tear across its face, that kind of latex opened up. And imagine first questions are like, how did this get on the ship? And why is it on the ship? And why is it attacking? These are, I know we've been playing for a while, so these are going to be closing moments of today's episodes. Everyone is still alive. Good job. Good, quick thinking.
An important question.
Encounter any aliens. That's why we're alive.
I don't know. I heard a lot of dice when Malcolm rolled for the damage for there.
Yeah, I rolled my Seekson guy was pretty pitiful today. He could have rolled some nasty amounts of damage, and he rolled 3, so that 3 put Jarvis down. If you would have attacked him again, then that would have been it. The difference between an alien and that is that if you'd have hit him like that, he would have rolled to see if he killed him. You'd have rolled a 1 through a 6, and if it was like a 5 or a 6, you're probably gone. It's just, so it's a different type of mechanic there. That's what keeps you alive.
And Malcolm likes to describe in detail how you lose your spine.
I'm trying to.
I like it.
Speaking from experience and losing the spine.
It'll come if you stick around. You'll see somebody's spine come out at some point.
He was my favorite character too.
Spines, heads getting blasted off.
Hey, the
heads
spine, that was all for sure.
Things
Because she was a
blowing-
predator
things-
lover. I was trying
Things blowing out of the eye socket.
Oh, more gruesome, the better.
Or Eddie's characters. I have a montage in my head of all Eddie's characters dying in the past. So far, so good, Rafa.
So far.
Yeah, right. This will be every single one. Although technically, what Holroyd, is in that.
Still around. Did we bring his head or?
His head is still a thing.
Yeah, I forgot. Dang, I need to put a note.
It's Holroyd's head and Rook's body are planned to eventually stick them on.
Maybe that's my little side project is wiring those two together and creating a
little Franken
Halroyd.
Yeah,
Frankenroyd.
Collecting heads was only a D&D thing.
I know. Yeah, they're android. They're like high-end Weyland Yutani heads, and so the Weyland Yutani androids look like real people. They they have spit, saliva, all that, and they secrete like a white milky substance. And Seegson is pretty much the company that mirrors everything that Weyland Yutani does, but at a super cost-effective level. So their androids are called Working Joes. They don't look like real people. Right. You can spot them, and they're kind of weird and glitchy. And they're known. Their androids are known to kill people, whereas Weyland Yutani has never had. Well, no one's ever known that Weyland Yutani's androids have gone wrong. They have a good record.
Mm-hmm.
They don't kill people unless they're told to.
Exactly. So last moments here. What are you guys thinking?
If we've had some time to discuss what just happened, I would be looking to try to see if there are any more boxes that might contain an android.
Yeah. And
Smart.
Just saying, I don't want that to happen again.
Right.
So I think as you
would
guys
we have noticed when I was moving all those containers, would I have noticed any other similar shaped boxes?
Similar shaped. I think that you would have found that looking around, that was the only one of its kind. All the other crates that you put up all had Weyland Yutani stamp, just like Yarvis has behind him. That was the only one that was indescript, was not marked, did not have it did have a tagged number on it, and if you spend a little time, you could probably trace the code. But the thing is actually wearing a Seegson outfit, so it clearly came from the Novgorod Station that was run by Seegson. Seegson that's the same company, a corporation that Arden was in the care of before, whether Bionational was coming to get her or not. That is so. This thing came from the Seegson station. Now, was it put there on purpose? Was it by accident? That you don't know right now, but like to see how you guys.
So maybe over the next however long after the game, I might try to hack into it to see if there's any evidence of who it may have gotten any orders from.
Okay.
I mean, there's a Seegson employee right here, Dr. Yusuf. Just saying.
Yeah, I can see you guys looking at me. I'm like, it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Say that again one more time, Barnes.
Well, I would just say that, am I able to sort of tap into its programming and or memories to try to figure out where it got its orders from, or if it was actually glitching?
Yes. So Barnes, you can try to hack it. That's something we'll pick up next episode. So don't forget to try to. I'm putting it down in that Barnes tries to hack Android. You might even be able to gain control of it. You might even be able to make it something if you guys want to use it. I don't know if you guys trust bots like that, but get information or possibly, make a friend.
And it's called a what, Joe?
They call him a working Joe.
Working Joe. Okay.
They all like working Joe 1845, 18 Joe 1648. They just have a number. Versus like a Weyland Yutani would be either David, Ava. They would have like a name.
Okay.
I say we make friends with him. It'll be fun. We can play.
Yeah.
He seems like a
We're gonna
nice guy.
program him.
So those
No
things are being
doodle on
worked
him.
on.
Add a mustache.
So then I'll just ask how everyone and maybe just share how you're feeling, where you're. Okay, one question I do have is: do you guys expect to? You need to get the ship back on course. I know we're working on that. So far, the thrusters are going to be complete or can be easily completed. But has this shaken the party? Do they want to stay awake a little bit longer? Do they plan to go right back to Cairo sleep? What's the next like steps and plans so they can get back on course to Acarius? Or is there like, man, we're so behind, should we just hack this thing, find out about it, and then get back to
Well, how far away from our destination are we? Like we
Good
woke
question.
up part way.
You guys woke up, it looks like you woke up about, actually I'm gonna roll for it. $16 days into your trip.
So we still have most of our trip
Yeah,
left.
like 40 something days.
Yeah.
Like he's for sure not gonna wake back up, right? Like I don't want to be in my chamber and find that
If
he's
you
gonna.
shut it down and you're not using it while it's shut down, then yeah, it can't.
But how did he come on to begin with? Like
That's what you don't know. It could. So I'll tell you this.
Dr. Zane.
I'll say that with Comtech, I'll say that the little bit, the good that, because we've seen you do some crazy stuff with comms, and I imagine that you know that androids they could have a fault, like they could have a time start where someone set them to activate at a certain time. They could be manually controlled. The range would probably be ridiculous, but probably not be possible if someone from Seegson activated from here. So it could have been on a timed start. It could just be a complete malfunction. The question is, it wasn't supposed to be on your cargo dock, so why is it there? But then again,
who turned it on?
And who turned it on?
Other than the time thing.
Yeah.
We want to get real paranoid. There's the possibility that somebody is matching our course and has their transponder off.
Yeah, I feel like my vote, not even talking about checking on these guys, but we didn't change our route earlier. I think this is go out towards the fringe and try and get away from any other traffic, just in case.
I think, is there anything else that I can do maybe we go dark? I mean, I don't know what your feeling is at this point, given sort of the things that have gone wrong.
Yeah, I would argue to do like a full ship scan and like of the cargo, and then, I mean, because we don't have the resources to stay awake, so we need to figure out our sleeping. Like get back on track with sleeping. But
so
I wouldn't say, I mean, I don't think it would have someone boarded us while we were sleeping, but so I would just say, let's stay on track.
You also notice after spending a little time that the moon's planet / station, it's a colony nearby, pops up on your system. It could be a good place to get easy repairs and possibly even add armaments to the ship if you decide to go there, or if you guys decide to stay on course. It is close by. The ship's already far enough off course to go there, and it is under the control of Weyland Yutani, which means that the people there are Weyland Yutani. So it could be a diversion, a good stop to kind of get a rest, make sure the ship is back intact. Or you guys can stick with the plan. Just what do you guys think? Leaving that as an option.
Weyland.
I like the enthusiasm, but at the same time, another stop is another chance for somebody to pick up our trail.
Hey, whatever it is these people want from us,
Or it might be a good
sure
place to
they're all
lose the
people
trail if you can take a strong flight path and get into their orbit. Maybe you lose them. I can see it going both ways, but I
Maybe
do
lose them, maybe we don't. But either way, I think, right, they have a vested interest in making sure that we don't get picked off by pirates or whatever. So they're probably going to be inclined to help us.
We can give them the robot as collateral, right, for help. Like,
Oh, does that mean we have to give them the gun? Do we need to tell them about the gun?
no,
Yeah.
You're not telling about the gun.
no, they don't need to know that.
They need to know about it.
Are we sure we want to give up that robot? We still don't know what happened.
Why don't you find out what you can figure out from it? A
So
little
if
bit of time.
if
I'd be
if we
happy to
stay,
help.
so I mean, if that's the case, then we can stay awake while you guys research what you can on the robot, and then we'll use the robot as collateral to buy more supplies, and then go from there.
That's a good idea.
There we go. See, we don't need a
get to
captain.
keep- I
We
don't get
figured
to
things
keep
out on
my
our own.
robot.
I'd love to help analyze the robot.
Does Yarvis still have the? I mean, so far, everybody, because this is not a secret. Yarvis has the gun in a safe place, right? Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not being touched. At least not by me, or hopefully not others. But
So the ship, we're gonna head to the Nero stop.
yeah, we'll head to the Nero stop. It seems like some people are gonna analyze the android
Robot.
and see what they can figure out, and then we'll try to use that as collateral to buy more supplies and make our
Alright.
way back to the original destination.
So what we'll do here is just one or two sentences. If we had to like kind of crash to black, what do we see your character doing? I'd like Yarvis to go last. Just kind of like, and these are just like, whether they're working on the robot, they're not going to make you make any checks. Just any last things you want to leave, like the image you want to leave us with until we play again of your character.
Yeah, for me, for Barnes, you see the robot sitting, in this chair, and you see it hooked up to a bunch of wires with, hooked up to the computer, and you see Barnes typing some things in, and then you see her fiddling around with the robot, and then, trying to hack her way into the working Joe.
Picture Zane helping Barnes for some time, trying to make progress. And then in the off moments where he's sort of by himself, he has like his calculations out. He has an idea. He kind of goes through his math, reaches to the ends of the paper, and then slams his fist on the table and is like, no, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. I need more data. And then gets up with a kind of purpose and starts looking about the ship for where the weapon is.
Nice.
Rafa trying to gather himself. He knows the right thing to do, and that's just to get everyone a drink. So he brings a bottle of mezcal with looks like green, like a neon worm inside, kind of radiating, and just hands everyone just a little shot of liquor, knowing that this has been a stressful situation.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm kind of imagining it's. Is it like 2 in the afternoon when we're having all this liquor? It's like totally fine.
Yeah.
Take the shot, going back to work.
It's 5 o'clock in some galaxy, right?
And Rafa made sure to pour himself one too.
Nice. They're drinking. How about Holiday, Arden?
Holiday is strangely relieved to find that so far it could still be just, we were hit by a neutrino burst. The crate shifted and it switched on. Nothing to worry about yet. She's back at the helm. everything's fixed, just kind of having a calm moment, kind of settling back in, adjusting any little hula figurines that got tilted during all the turbulence.
Is she she's in the deck? She's in the main deck? Okay.
Probably would go there before heading into the cryo, because there's nothing that she can help with the robot or anything.
Yeah. Okay. I think we've heard from almost everyone.
Arden would absolutely trying to not make it super obvious, but try to find where he hid the box with the money. I just sort of meandering around the ship, checking things out.
So they're both looking. So like they're both looking. So I imagine like there's a moment you guys like bump each other in the hallway, and you both give each other a look, and you both know, what you're looking for. And you.
Here's the question, though. Here's the question. With that look,
yeah.
Do they give each other a no, it's not over there, man, or no, I haven't found it yet, or do they just no poker face it?
Do they go separate ways, or do they kind of?
I would attempt to assist, knowing that he's looking for me.
Oh yeah, I think I might see her maybe walk past, and I'll kind of grab her arm and be like, "Are you looking for it too?"
Yeah, it's not in this room.
Okay, I'll follow you.
And we're gonna go.
Nelson just nodding his head
as they go walking off, looking down the hall. Did we get what Nelson was doing, or did we?
I mean, he's pretty much he's repairing stuff. I imagine he would go down where there was the fuel line repair and with the repair of the cargo racks and check that it's okay.
Yeah.
And just be like, in a few spots, just fucking A, man. And just tightening something down.
Yeah, so he's just kind of tightening. We can him tighten some grease, and then some of the grease on his fingers, he's on his gloves. He happens to see some other stuff, and the grease he picks it up, kind of looks at it. It looks a little different from the consistency, but nothing to worry about. Probably just more, some of the grease that's used to kind of keep the cargo, help it slide in, whatever. And then we end with Yarvis, and I'll say Yarvis, in addition to whatever you share, you're also called to the main room to Mother. This room of, old school. Instead of one computer, it's a giant room of buzzing little white lights, and it sounds like it's constantly computing things with one little green screen that you can kind of sit and hover in a white padded chair and kind of commune with the main system from Weyland Yutani. But what would you like to add?
So I would, with that, I would transmit any data that Mother has on the gun in that initial scan that I did. And then I would report the attack from the bro, the Working Joe.
Yep.
The bro. My bad. The Working Joe robot. And then I would just announce our new destination.
Okay. And I imagine this is in this kind of world is wherever you're sitting they don't get it immediately. So it's it just goes out into space and it is to get there, but now they know where you're going. But a day before, you had gotten, or maybe a few hours before, you had gotten a message that says, "Is life?" Or actually, as you send that out, one comes in and it says, "Is Project Life Force still on track? Yes or no?" And it's just blinking yes, no. What do you input?
I feel like the camera would just kind of switch over to his face, and you just see the blue light, and we'll fade it there.
Yeah, and so as he...
And I'll text you.
And as he goes to punch, we come down on a finger punching a key, but it's not Yarvis. It's actually Holiday in the main area, kind of looking out at space as the stars go by, and as Yarvis is kind of punching a key, one of her buttons lights up on the board, and she hears she sees that tracker, and then it's gone again. Crash to black. End today's episode. Good game.
Ooh.
There goes that peace of mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is following us?
I say we befriend the Joe.
Right? Let's not give him back. I need to see if I crack him.
What is that?
Yeah,
Oh,
what's
it's
up?
like this is a. Oh, sorry, this is the track almost fading out. Hold
This
on.
is the end credits music.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah,
Like
good,
I'm in Lothlorien.
good stuff. You guys had a pretty good game.
Exciting stuff.
Conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
if
which
the
one of you
ship-
guys is the bad guy? There's always one.
We're
Yes.
acting too
The answer
chummy.
is
We've been
yes.
too chummy.
Never
Getting
trust the guy who's
suspicious. No
snuck
alien
away.
being is this chummy for this long.
Yeah.
Like maybe
Maybe
that's got to be, maybe that's Henry's game. Maybe he's like, they've had too many corporate agents that are too outright hostile. I'm gonna lure them into a false sense of security by being non-threatening and covered in axe.
I totally am the axe guy. for
He is
sure.
the axe guy. That's so great. Oh man, love it.
take care, Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie.
Hey, nice meeting
Later,
you
Eddie.
too.
Thanks for sticking. I know it was
Take
a
care.
long game, but yeah, it was good to kind of be back and get the juices flowing with you all. So yeah, man. See you soon. Yeah, there's so many like good characters. I'm like, oh, interesting. And what's funny in truth, what's nice about what's different about cinematic mode is I know some of you guys' agendas, but I really don't know what to the extent these players are willing to go to get what they want. So it's not completely worked out. So it should be interesting to see how it all plays out. Yeah.
This watching the map, like first off, the music was great. Like the whole like the alarm blaring.
Love it.
Thanks, man.
Like Deborah said, it added its own
It's
stress.
making me nervous.
Yeah.
It's like stop.
So much stuff is going wrong.
But like seeing like having that blaring and looking at the mini map that you created, like there's this board game called Nemesis, and it's very much
Yes, it's based
Alien.
It's based on Alien. The
Yeah.
inspiration for it is definitely Alien.
and it's like you go around like the premise is like you go around fixing like unlocking rooms, but every time you do it, you have the potential to unlock an alien attack. And so, but it feels like this game so much because like this, like as everything is breaking, you don't really know if something else is gonna happen at all times, which makes me feel that game. But to your point too about like the agendas and like the dual agendas, in that game, before you start, everyone gets a personal agenda and a corporate agenda, and so
Perfect.
you have both, and you're trying to like work both as best you can. But as soon as that first alien appears, you have to destroy one, and then you have to focus on either your personal or corporate agenda. And that's how I feel about this game. Like everyone is nice, and some things are.
We haven't reached the breaking point yet. We
Yeah.
haven't reached the Miryu point.
Yeah, because like there are some things on the table, but you know that everybody else has cards, right? Like other cards that are hidden that aren't out yet.
Yeah.
And it's fun to like play around with that.
Oh yeah.
It's great. So yeah,
It was kind of evil with the damage to the cargo, like because you described all that massive damage. They're like, oh yeah, and some crates fell over in the cargo hold. That's fine. We can pick up crates.
Right.
Right? Like that's not our like we'll
permanent
bring
damage is
them. You know, we don't.
Yeah, but crates in Alien tend to contain things that really do not want to come out of them.
So
I
had we
make
contained
a roll because since no one attended to the cargo, I
Right.
have to make a roll for how much of the stuff that you're actually transporting is actually damaged or possibly damaged. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and some of our legitimate cargo was live ammunition. Like, that's not good if it falls over.
It's packed pretty well, so I imagine a crate of bullets or warheads wouldn't just go off. But yeah, there was a lot of I wanted there to be like I wanted to kind of give you guys enough stuff to be like, oh shit, what could go wrong with all this different stuff,
Yeah.
And And yeah, of course, the Joe was hidden in the cargo bay, and because no one even went after it during the main scene, I was like, oh, he's perfectly hidden, because there was like a roll for a percentage of finding the Joe when you went to try to fix, but no one went to go fix it. So I was just like, oh, he's chilling.
Well, he seemed like the least of our worries.
Yeah, he's probably the least right now.
once the ship is stable, then we're gonna fight whatever he's gonna send out after us out of the cargo hold.
Right,
whether it's space huggers or an alien or
the pulling of the neck king. I don't know where I saw that was definitely making it, but the like if you ever played Alien Isolation, you got to fight those Joes. Terrifying. They are. Yeah. They're the worst, and they just will like murder you so easy. Like they get their hands on you and you're dead. Like they just fucking choke you and throw you, and they're pretty much just malfunctioning droids, and they just murder people.
Your filters make it even scarier.
Yeah, those red eye things that you were doing, I'm like, no.
Their eyes glow red right when they get up on you, and so yeah, I was like, I need the red eyes. I wish I had the red eyes and the mask. But yeah, they're fun.
It was like at first when it was talking, it didn't come across as immediately dangerous. Like, oh, okay, there's a malfunctioning droid, and then you switched on the red eyes. I'm like, oh no, bad.
Yeah, oh no,
it's
malfunctioning. No.
Bad Joe.
It's gonna murder someone. Yeah, I thought for a second, I was like, okay, thank God this isn't normal alien territory, because I was like, okay, so Henry's not dead. he's got a chance here.
I don't want a working Joe. I want a lazy Joe.
Yeah.
That's what we'll rename him that after Barnes reprograms him.
Yeah. We'll take off his arms and his feet.
Yeah.
Just be a lazy Joe.
I will clean you. Maybe later.
You guys are really good role players too, because like I planned a lot more for because I was really scared that like I couldn't hold a 3-hour game on the ship, right? So it was like you have to have things to do, so I'd like have all these different things, and you guys only really got through like half of them, of what was like even partially planned. I even kind of went in some different directions, but it was cool to know that like a lot of it was the characters just kind of like playing the characters, and that's really cool in a role-playing game. It's better to do that than like run through all these random encounters, right? So it was kudos to you all for that. Like you made it really, and in that way it felt like a story, because I was scared it was just going to be like, God, one random encounter after another, like to make them like. So
that just means death.
Yeah,
that just means
basically.
Because then it would have to be like, oh, then 3 days later this happens, and then
Yeah, I realize now that I have only 2 hit points. Like I'm not used to this. Like in D&D you have like 60, and I'm like, and then one. Like you said, that bot did like 1 damage at first, and I was like, oh, 1. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute, that's like
2.
1 out of 2. Okay, I guess.
It's no joke. It is. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. And then so I rolled really low on that critical injury chart, but for example, to give you a taste of what could happen.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been. I rolled a 16.
Us some nice little inoculation of fear for next time.
It was a 16, so he was winded, but it would have. I already closed out roll 20, so.
See, Malcolm takes particular delight in describing your grisly death, just so you know.
I can't wait to see this.
He looks so happy that he...
But like,
come on.
Here's why though. If you love it's an alien movie, like that's the only
those
way
movies
to,
are
that's the only way to
gruesome.
lean into what this is. And here's the thing, what's funny about Alien, the best Aliens, is like everything does happen off screen. I can't, like the scariest stuff in Alien 1, you never see it. But like, I guess at a role-playing table, it's hard to describe that if you say you just cut away, right? You can leave it to the imagination. But I think leaving it to the imagination works better in film versus when you're telling a story. If you describe it in gruesome detail, it's like, oh my God. Like I remember my best description is like, I read Jurassic Park before I saw it, and Steven Spielberg completely like Disneyfied it. But there were still a lot of really scary moments, like when Dennis Nedry is in the truck and he like looks up and the forget what is it, the Dilophosaurus goes that just the sound of that, and then it like spits again, and then the whole truck starts shaking. You're like, oh my God, it's a violent death. But when you read that same death in the book, it slices him across his stomach, and his intestines spill out, and he catches them. And they just describe like how hot and warm they are in the cold
whoa.
rain, and how he's crawling over them. Oh yeah, Jurassic Park,
That's
the book
detailed.
is nasty awesome. But like Hammond, I love the way Hammond dies, which he lives in he's the guy who created Jurassic Park.
Right.
The little coelophysis creatures, they bite you and they inject little poison that makes you feel very calm. So he gets bit by one of them, and he gets bit by two, and then he sits down and he like sits on a hill and he looks at his creation, this beautiful park that he built, and as they go through all his contemplation, everything he's thinking about, and then it's kind of like a moment of clarity where you see that he's literally being eaten by all these coelophysis, but he doesn't feel it. So he feels this very euphoric feeling, and he's dying, and he's being eaten. He's being literally, they're just like chewing on him and picking his skin off, and he just goes out and this kind of plays a glory. But
Yeah, it's bad.
it's so awesome and bad and terrible, but like, you know,
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen to more people, right? It's like in D&D when death happens, it's so sad because like 7 other people also live.
yeah.
Statistically, more people die than live in the alien.
Yeah.
movies.
So you just
Oh,
don't
yeah.
get attached too much to any one of them because then have a few spares and you're fine, right?
Have a few
And that's
spares.
actually what we're trying to do in this, is create a little bit more attachment before it all.
Before he rips it apart.
He's like, they've become desensitized to random death. I will
Yes.
now make it hurt more.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is. It's
Heighten
like
the trauma.
We're going from the Alien movies to like an Alien miniseries, like on HBO. Like,
Yeah.
we're all being played by like A-list actors that everyone doesn't want to die.
I love that like Cheryl has like completely gotten it down to like how I think. Like you killed it last night with your description of like this is
Season 2.
season 2, episode 1. Like, absolutely, that's it. So
funny.
so dead on.
It's like the first season of Game of Thrones. So like, and I hope the first season is not a spoiler for anyone at this point.
Imagine. I wish I was that person.
Yeah. But you think it's going to be the standard fantasy show, and then the main character gets executed.
Yep.
It's like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Except for that actor dies and everything, so whatever.
That's
you
true.
know.
So I realize in hindsight, he dies in everything.
He
so
dies
if you know
in
he dies in
everything.
everything,
That's so
then you
true.
know it's coming for him. But
Everyone's like,
still-
no, this is his chance. This is his
You can't-
chance to be
you
the
can't
lead.
play
They're
those roles
finally
anymore.
Acknowledging Sean Bean's talent, and then they just
Sean Bean doesn't just survive, and it's like that meme.
He survives in Ronin, but
Yeah. He does survive in Ronin.
he leaves in the middle, or in the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
survives National Treasure.
yeah.
Of the 2 villains of National Treasure, he's the one that doesn't
One
die.
that does not die. So Sean, I rolled a 16. If I would have rolled a 61, for example, it would have been a ruptured jugular. If I rolled a 62, it would have been a ruptured aorta. If it was a 63, it would be disemboweled. If it was 64, it would have been a crushed skull. 65, pierced head. 66, impaled heart. So,
Damn.
and then those are separate
Miles,
from
as
the
he says.
fantastical deaths that the aliens deal out. Each
Yeah, I was
alien
gonna say,
deals out their own.
this is a different chart, right?
Yeah, so this is just the
Right.
reg. So basically, this is like when you get if you're in like a shootout with humans, or if you're in a knife fight, this is the chart you roll on. But the aliens have their own chart if they do enough critical damage, and it's only so. This is 6. This is like sometimes you will roll on this chart after taking damage from an alien, but so the aliens will say like some of them will say if this hits, it's automatically 65. Go to 64. So it's like ruptured heart. And then you can just describe what that ruptured heart is like. Yeah, it's pretty. So they have a 1 in 6 chance of outright murdering you. Yeah,
On every hit.
on every hit.
Oh,
yeah, yeah. So
And how many attacks do
Oh,
they
yeah.
get in one?
And the
thing?
average
They get, like,
alien
6.
takes like
6.
2 to 3 attacks.
Oh, well, yeah.
So you get you see how
You
the
get 50-50
just gotta get
chance.
the hell out of
Yeah,
there.
your first
You're
piece
dead.
of advice for this game:
Run.
when the option is
Run.
available.
Yes.
You
run, hide.
Good. I don't have a very brave character, so that's gonna be easy.
Just get out, ski.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
no heroics.
I wasn't brave, but then Holiday volunteered me that first time. And I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll do that. And I did it well. I felt like I handled it well. I found like this culprit, Dr. Zane. I was like, cool, I got this. And so when Barnes screams, I'm like,
All right, I got this.
And then you're crawling.
Walked into a chokehold.
I'm actually excited for characters to survive long enough to take some permanent mental trauma off the permanent mental trauma chart.
It's a mental trauma chart too.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to use this yet.
Is that
I've never had a chance to because they die before they
smart.
can like have
Because
mental trauma.
you don't just want physical damage. You want this to be psychological torment.
It's
That's great.
This is shared features with Blades in the Dark.
Yeah.
Our character, like Henry's and mine, both have some trauma.
Yep. They're so much fun to play. So much.
I'm definitely gonna play. I'm gonna try to play like one of the upcoming Fridays. I'm gonna try to jump into one of those games because I've been wanting to try it. So I have a feeling that I gotta practice what I preach and try that game because I know it's a lot like it seems to be a lot like a free league game where it's more role playing and. These, I'll be honest with you guys, the free league games, they're my getaway from D&D to just really express and explore, I think, role-playing on a level that I think we rarely get to in D&D. Even when we have, like, a really good group, it's just hard to get there. And I know, like, the Matt Mercers of the world can do that, but I think most people are looking for, like, in D&D, it's harder because I feel like if you role-play too long, you lose, there's no game because 90% of the game is in combat and in using those features that you built the character for, right? So if you don't get to use them, then it can still be like all of us would probably still would love a D&D game. We still enjoy a D&D game with no combat, but there's a lot of people who like want to roll dice. And it's kind of, this game gives you more reasons to just not roll dice and explore. Like one of the first tenets of this game is like, you don't roll dice unless unless bad things can happen if you fail. Versus like, we have people who, can I search for such and such? Can I roll
insight
for this?
check?
Can I roll for that? Can I insight
check?
You just do check.
It's funny because it seems like such an expansive game where you can do anything, and it's like the things that characters always typically do, right? It's like I'm gonna like steal from this person, I'm gonna interrogate this guy. Like it's like these typical things that
absolutely. Don't get me wrong, I still love D&D. Like
I love it, but it's just.
But this is nice.
Sometimes you need a break from the habit.
Yeah.
I gotta go, you guys. I have a 9 a.m. So I'll see you guys later.
Glad you're still alive.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
one more episode down.
Nice.
Yeah. Ever since like because I used to be a big D&D stan, like just all D&D. I loved playing 3E, 3.5, and 5. Like I was just like all about.
Wow.
Yeah. But then playing because Aaron got me into Tales, and then playing Aliens,
which is basically this game, but
essentially different mechanics.
It feels nicer, right?
100%.
Less stressful.
Death each game.
Less stressful.
Yeah. Tales there's no death. That's
but then
it's all emotion.
It's all emotion.
You'll cry in that game more than you'll ever like. My God.
Yeah, in our Tales game, like. Two of the guys in our group got into a fight, and it felt real. It felt like our friends actually got in a fight. Like it felt like we broke up for real. Like it was hard. I was like, damn. Like, where does our friendship go from here? Like, and it's like role playing. Who cares? But like, you just feel it. Just feels very.
Aaron was telling me about that argument for like 2 days, but I kept asking him. I was like, so did something transpire? Like, were they like not friends after it? Because when somebody hits you up about it, it was so emotional the way Aaron was. I was like, oh shit, did it go wrong at the table? He was like, no, it was great. They were just really role playing. And I was like, so what's wrong? And I was like, but it felt so real. Like people feel like they're actually mad at each other, but they're not. Wow. Like it was that like kind of.
That's really cool. I'm trying to get myself to that state, but it's like hard to get into that state, where like
play Tales from the Loop. It gets there over time. It's a real, because here's the thing. Let's face it. We all play D&D. This is my argument. My argument for Tales from the Loop is that we're all playing like we all want to escape. We don't necessarily want to go back to being kids, but we want to kind of be childlike. So we use that same innocence to play these games and explore that side of ourselves. And so in this weird way, I think the one character that we all know is us as kids. And Tales from the Loop pretty much allows you to just be that kid again. So you pretty much are role-playing yourself at 11 to 15 and in this weird world where all the fantasies that you had are real. So the robots are real, and so you're going back to your favorite. So that nostalgia, let's face it, that nostalgia element is strong. So that nostalgia drug combined with you playing yourself, dude, it's a recipe for just fucking tears and joy and fun on a level that I think a lot of these games.
That makes sense.
don't necessarily capture.
I mean, that's why Stranger Things was such a good show.
It's
I think.
yep.
Feels a lot like it.
It's a lot
Yeah.
like that.
It's less horror and more sci-fi, but
Yeah.
same feels for sure.
Mm.
I like playing Tails and Blades and even Morkborg, and like I just feel like, I mean, with the last Morkborg game we ran, Malcolm, I think, how many dice did I have you run?
We probably
Maybe
rolled
in the last 20 minutes.
4 times in the last 20 minutes, but the rest of the game there was no dice rolls.
It's all like RP
Interesting.
into
All
like,
RP.
and it just adds a different element. Where like if you say that about D&D, it's very rare for that to happen.
Yeah.
Like where
Yeah.
People
It-
might not have fun if they don't get to roll dice enough, right? Like
Yeah.
those games, I'm completely content with those 4 dice or 5 dice rolls that I made at the very end of the game. You know,
Right.
And with D&D, it's almost like certain players will look for the ways, like, if I want to, I have all these skills. How do I roll these dice?
yes. How do I use
Right.
them?
They'll look for ways to use those spells or skills. Right.
And see, a game like this has those skills built into it, but you don't necessarily need to roll dice to use them. Like you have this talent, which is analyze, right? It requires a dice roll, but that skill itself is vague enough to like really exploit for like role playing reasons, right? Like over
Yeah.
a turn, over 10 minutes. So that's a skill that you would use in downtime, not in combat. So you have skills in this game that are purposely meant for you to use when you're not fighting, when you're not in horrific situations, right? That would still add story, and add character to the story. So
Yeah.
there's
I
a
think
lot
it's like
of-
also, I mean, I like how it's initiative-less combat. Like there's no initiative. And it's also like, I guess when you're really close to death, you kind of like, you're sort of forced to role play a little more almost. Like it's like the time is shrunk where you like, yeah, you can like keep attacking and it's almost like the weight of it is taken away when you have like a lot of damage or a lot of hit points and like
So-
you sort of,
Tales from the Loop taught Henry and I to do that because this game, whoever they modeled this game after Tales from the Loop, but they came up with a card system, 1 through 10 cards, and you literally, the DM shuffles the cards and plays them out. And I went like, in certain situations it might be important, like in a gunfight with a number of, but a lot of times in this game you're fighting like one alien. It's really fucking strong, and if it goes first, you're gonna die, right? So like, I just decided after playing it enough to like play it more like Tales from the Loop, where it's more cinematic that way. And everybody was a little rusty tonight, so I was giving them a little bit more pause. But I think the way I typically play this now is like when me and Henry play Morkborg, it's like when we say, okay, the turn started, what are you doing? If everybody looks at me for more than 5 seconds, the creature attacks. I take initiative because you're taking too long, right? So like, there's those, and I love that, and it makes a more cinematic game. It Tales from the Loop, that's what's cool about the game is like you can fail because like every scene is already set up with like the DM just sets up like what needs to overcome. How do they need to overcome the scene? And then you create how you need to So in Tales from the Loop, the dungeon master never rolls a die, not one.
oh,
ever.
interesting.
Everything is set up on your skills, and if you can't cut it, then I'm just describing how you failed, and
It's just DC difficulty checks basically.
Yeah, and it's just like this game, D6s. So, and Alien just added an element for the DM to roll for the creatures or the attacking monsters. So I do get a little bit of say so in that. But Tales from the Loop, they're really villains. Villains could be the guys that are trying to snatch you. It could be the alien that's trying to take you underground, or it could just be the environment. And so because of that, it's more about how you interact with the environment. So if the bully is trying to beat you up at school, what do? Do you respond with strength? Do you respond by running? Oh, so you're going to roll an agility check versus rolling a strength check. If you beat the strength check, you beat the bully up. If you fail, the bully beats your ass. And I get to describe the bully just wailing on you and you get a bloody nose in the courtyard. And that's great. That's what's cool. It kind of just removes all of that initiative and back and forth. It's just a story,
Yeah. And I think that's one of the things that because like one of the biggest complaints for D&D is initiative, right? Like how sometimes combat slogs down way too much. I mean, especially in the game you guys are playing the Storm Kings, because you have like 40 people playing, but so initiative is like
it's back down to 6. Like it's our average has been like 6 every week.
And we just lost one, so
nice.
Just lost one now.
But I think one of the things that like Tails and Blades lends itself to, especially and like Morkborg when you don't play with initiative, because Morkborg is designed with initiative, but I play it without it.
Yeah.
But it's like one of those things where like the worst thing in D&D for me is like Colin does something really amazing, and I'm like, oh man, I want to piggyback off that so bad, but I'm
Gotta wait a bit.
4 points away in initiative order, and I
Right.
can't do anything. I'm just like,
Right.
like biting my, like sitting on my hands, waiting my turn, and like,
Yep.
I think when you play these games where it's much more cinematic, it's like, whoa, Colin did something amazing. I immediately have something like, let's go, like let's add to it, let's build upon it, and it just is amazing. And that's why I like Blades so much, because Blades, that one is like the adventure takes place, but it's all based off like you're doing a heist, but it's all based off what the characters create as you go. So like
Cool.
so like you come up to a locked door, what do? Okay, well, one of the things I packed, even though you don't say it up front, you're like, well, one of the things I packed was like a thievery kit, and like boom, just add it in there, and like
Oh, interesting. It's not already on you necessarily.
you have a list to choose from, and it's a blank slate until you need to use it, right?
And then,
then you have
so then you check it, and then you like.
yeah,
add
you have
it.
like before the adventure starts, the only thing you have to tell the DM up front is how many items are you bringing in, and it's like it's 3, 5, or no 3, 4, or 6 or something like that, like depending on your load. That affects how fast you can move, etc.
But then you have to check it to be consistent, so that like going forward you have it.
But tell him the cool part of like how you narratively bring it in.
Oh yeah, it's a flashback. So it's like, how did you prep for this? And you have like these contacts that you can use. So like,
That's
like
cool.
my guy's a boxer, and so one of my contacts is a healer. So if I'm like, and because I'm like a rage fighter, kind of like I'm basically a barbarian, but in a real world setting. So like I can always flashback and say, hey, before this mission, I knew I was getting into trouble, so I reached out to my healer and I asked for a concoction of XYZ or whatever, and I have to role play that, like what that conversation and that
Cool.
So
Yeah.
effect
cool.
looked
That
like.
forces backstory and like and like
Yeah.
development. I love it. That's really
Yeah.
cool. It's a good
So
idea.
yeah, but it just adds more to like that whole narrative thing that to me
Yeah.
D&D lacks completely. Like it does, I mean, not
Yeah.
completely, but the rules are not set up to take advantage of it.
I feel like D&D has that
that's the perfect
potential.
way. It's hard
Yeah.
to take advantage of it. It's like you need a really good DM, or you need like and then the DM has to try to get everybody on the same page to understand what you're trying to do, right? Like if you're trying to do a flashback episode in D&D, it's kind of hard. Like when you're asking people, like maybe this is a point to share something from your past, right? It's hard to think like on that linear. You're like, well, we're right here right now. So what am I doing right now? Not what I did last week, right? And it's weird because D&D players, my only thing about that's another thing I try to explore in D&D, because so many players write these long backstories,
right?
But they never bring them to the table, and they expect that the DM is supposed to bring that story out. And I do think the DM is supposed to, but like the best way I think to explore that is to explore it through yourself as the character. Like, so I always love players that are willing to understand that they're not going to just show up and go, well, what happened to me was, this is like. I like players that go, well, when this happened, when I talked to, suddenly I had a flashback of this. And, those are kind of cool ways to do that. But that game, it puts it in the mechanic. And by putting in the mechanic, it's making, it's inspiring role play. And on a way, like on a level that I think it's just don't,
I think like what Critical Role did was like, yeah, you have a cinematic narrative DM, but you also have voice actors, like actors as players.
Yeah.
So it's very comfortable and easy for them. Like even for me, like when I started playing D&D, it was like very uncomfortable to role play because there's no mechanic, and if other people are not doing it either, or some people are, some aren't, like it's really uncomfortable. Like there's no way to get into it, sort of. Until
and then also Roll20, but Critical Role also sets up a kind of not a false, but a one-dimensional idea of what role playing is, but you don't necessarily have to do voices and do all that to still. Some of my favorite characters, Colin plays, in terms of Colin, this is a compliment to you. So hold on. Okay. All your characters sound like Colin, right? Like they all sound like you, but they all look different. They all act a bit different. And the way you describe them, I don't see them all the same character. And so one of my favorite characters in our Curse of Strahd campaign was yours. And he went through so many changes, right, over the course of that campaign. I actually ended the entire campaign on his character because I was so kind of drawn to the character. But he wasn't like the best voice actor, right? Like he wasn't like doing any bells and whistles. He wasn't dressing like
Yeah, I'm
his
terrible
character.
for voice acting. Right.
It was just
That's
like
awesome.
I understood the character because he was never, one thing Colin is never doing is he's never afraid to tell you what the character's thinking, what the character's doing, and why are they doing what they're doing, right? A lot of people think that they have to role play everything in action, which means that, so a lot of those players that like are their character, but they're like constantly stoic and brooding, but they never tell you why they're brooding, and they expect that we're supposed to pick it up, or that somebody's supposed to ask them, hey, so-and-so, why are you brooding? And no one ever, and then when you do ask them, they're like, he doesn't want to tell you right now. You know, it's like, so you never learn, right?
You
so
have to earn my trust. What?
So then you know what all the players do? They go, fuck that guy, man. I'm never asking him. And he spends an entire campaign brooding.
I've seen that happen before.
It happens all the time, you
Yeah.
know? Instead of just being like, I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about that time when I was 6 years old and the reason why I'm brooding now. You know, those are things you do where you can still get close to your characters without being like, I'm a happy-go-lucky character, you know? Because there's something to be said. That's why I personally believe that metagaming is an important part of D&D, where I think a lot of people think it's
That's
a
interesting.
bad thing. I think
Yeah.
you have to metagame to really get into the game.
I can see that.
I think people metagame for the wrong reasons. Like, I have players like Josh that I have to watch who are constantly metagaming the rules, who are constantly metagaming
Right.
to win. But if you're metagaming to make the story better, that's good, right? Like,
I like that.
so that's what you want to do, you know. If you're like, oh, I think I know something, you know, even if it's something about a monster that's interesting, maybe you fought this monster a million times, instead of like being like, well, I can't say anything, how do you make your character knowing about the monster kind of cool without like trying to like overpower the party? Like, you know, maybe you work with the DM. I'm like rambling right now, but you know what I'm saying, as you start to think about ways to make that come out in the combat, since you already know you already know, maybe you try to use it to make it part of the narrative, right? Instead of just being like, oh yeah, that thing's got an AC of 17, so definitely don't do this. Oh, and it's immune to that, you know.
Right.
Maybe you ask the DM some questions and you say, okay, well, since I don't know, I do this on my first turn, but is there something by my second turn I'm starting to notice that the creature does this and that there's a glow around it, right? And the DM, that's how I am. I'm a sucker for players that do that because I know what you're doing, but I eat it up because it's part of the narrative, and I go, oh yeah, that sounds good. Let's do that, you know. So, it's like, you know,
Right.
Alien. You all know what an xenomorph is. That's never going to be a surprise, but when it happens, how it happens, and how your players react to it, that's going to be how you make it scary and surprising, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's like the movie. Like, you know, there's gonna be an alien that's gonna.
Yeah.
But when you watch it, you're just like, oh shit! Like, it's here and it's like gruesome.
Another reason why it has to be gruesome, because everybody knows what it does, you know. So I have to just like really like amp it up. So,
you know, Malcolm, I have to agree with Deborah, because I think you guys just like describing terrible things, because when I ran the Morkborg with Colin, like every time I was DMing and describing terrible things, I saw Colin's face and he was disturbed. I was like, all right, maybe I took it too far, right? And so I promised myself, I was like, all right, when I run the next session, I'm gonna take a back seat to it. I'm just gonna relax on the grossness and just let it roll, right? And then I let you guys describe what you do, and all of you were like the most filthiest, dirtiest, gruesomest players. And I was just sitting there, and I think that was the one where Troy was playing, and Troy was even like, that was disgusting. And I was like, that's not that's just you guys being gross. Like
No, I've already told you guys I'm a very dark. I've always been attracted. It's weird. Like when I was a kid, I was like, terrified of horror movies and stuff, and I couldn't watch them. Like I grew up like in a household where like I have a weird childhood. Couldn't watch horror. So like I didn't see like the first Friday the 13th until I was like, I don't know, I probably was like 13, 14. Like it had been out, you know, came out early. But I had seen every Alien. I had seen like RoboCop. I had seen Predator. So my mom would allow me to watch these very violent rated R sci-fi movies. But I think it was a different time too, because those same movies also had like, you could go to Toys R Us and get a toy for RoboCop, and it would like have caps and you could go get the Predator toys and the Alien toys. They had like Saturday morning cartoons and stuff, but like they were based on rated R properties. And I used to sit there and watch them. And like I would have to like cover my eyes when like RoboCop got shot up, but I could hear it. I was like, that's terrible, you know? But like Chucky scared me, and like Freddy scared me, and Jason terrified me. And then I hit a point where like when I finally could like absorb all that content, I think I really went dark, because like all that stuff I could never watch, I like watched it all. And then I was like, it was never as scary as I thought it was when I was a kid. So now I like, my friends are like I was talking to Jason. Jason's one of our players, and you know, you guys all know Jason. Jason was like, Malcolm, some of the shit you be like, no way, you be telling me to watch, and I watch that shit before I go to bed. He's like, no, thank you. I was like, I just go to sleep. Like, you know, it's like, so like, it is weird. I do find like, I just kind of like shrug that stuff, but I am kind of like, I'm drawn to like darker stories with darker emotions and darker themes. Those things like kind of like they get me in the feels a little bit more. Not necessarily like splatter, like horror. Like I don't like slasher films, right? Like I don't go and watch all the Saw movies, you know, in the theater. Like I could care less. I like psychological horror movies like Misery, movies like Alien, movies like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the first movie, you know. Those movies, Terminator, they are so high suspense, they're violent and they're scary, but they also have a lot of hope, and they have a lot of like fight, and like for me, like when I watch a horror movie, I'm trying to tap into what it means to be a human being in that moment and to just fucking try to survive. You know, like there's a part of me that thinks any day that shit could happen to me, not necessarily a Terminator, but like some real dude, like, because I always think like the real horrors are the real monsters are humans, and they're people. And I always have that in the back of my mind, that I could meet another human being who could be that horrific, who could be more horrific than Jason, who could be more horrific than Freddy. And I think in a weird way, by watching movies, I want to be ready for, even though it's not going to help me at all. But like there's a science study that where they said that like people have nightmares. Some science like studies believe that humans, we have nightmares to prepare ourselves for the horrors of the day and to do things better. So they did studies where people would like play video games until they were exhausted and they could not beat a level. Whatever level they maxed on, they would take a nap, they would sleep, they would have a dream, they would record what dreams they had. Often those dreams were bad dreams, but when they woke up, they would succeed at whatever they just did. Then they said that often, like, you know, they said scientists believe that in the BC and the, you know, when we were cavemen, people dreamed about the things they feared. They dreamed about the dark, they dreamed about wolves coming to kill them, bears, lions, tigers, all that shit. Oh my. And now people dream about losing your job, getting into a car accident,
right?
Somebody coming to murder you, somebody breaking into your house. You see what I'm saying? So it's like those dreams kind of prepare you in a weird way. It's weird how, like, I think nightmares are kind of like something that's a necessity to kind of keep us on our toes so that we don't get too laxed in the real world. So I think that's why some people like me like dark fantasy, like horror movies, because they even tell you like some of the most horrific movie directors are the people that like abhor, you know, violence. But people like Quentin Tarantino, you know, who make these violent, you know, really dark movies, are often really nice people. I think it's the way you kind of like exercise your, you know, your demons. You just kind of get it out.
I think I was like you, where, you know, my mom was like, you can't watch anything scary, like, at all. I remember like low key watching Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Like they had it like on on a Saturday afternoon, like at 1 o'clock, and I was like so guilty. Like, oh my god, I'm watching this. But to me, the movie that kind of got me like so into horror, and I think it's to the same point as you, is this The Strangers. Where
that is a horrific movie. That movie made me feel weird. Yeah.
Yeah, and so like, but to me, it was like one of the last lines of the movie. I mean, spoiler alert maybe, but
yeah.
So basically, it's Liv Tyler. She's in a house, and people invade the house and start, you know,
movie makes me angry.
Yeah, running around trying to kill people, right?
Yeah.
And so at the end, they capture Liv Tyler and her boyfriend, and they tie them up. And Liv Tyler's like, "Why are you doing this?" And their response is like, "Well, you were home."
You were home. Oh, it sends.
Oh god.
When I hear it, it sends chills up my spine. Yeah, because how he says it. You were home.
Yeah, and it's like so terrible, but it's like you're to your point, right? Like the terrible aspect of humanity, right? That and to me, that it attracted me in a way that, because horror to me, I feel, is very creative with their storytelling, and that's what I enjoy. I like seeing where a story develops. Like when I play video games, I play it on easy. I don't care about the accomplishment of beating the game.
Yeah, that's
I
me
want
too.
to I want to see the story. Like I want to know where the story goes.
Yeah.
And so to me, horror is one of those few genres that lets itself experiment and just like mess around, you know. And I think that's a lot of fun.
And we're the two DMs that do the most horror. Well, you do the Morgborg games, and they're just like the darkest games ever.
That makes sense.
But what I'm hearing that Richard Saturday games are extremely scary too. I'm hearing a lot about those.
Are they, Colin? I know you're a player, right?
I mean, they freak you out. Like
they freak you out.
He'll have things, and there's nowhere is safe. Just nowhere. That's a thing. And he includes travel as a part of it. So like, if you want to get in between the towns, you're going to camp for a day or two
before
in the middle. Like something is going to attack you.
Yeah,
whether it's little kids who have been possessed by a shape-shifting monster, or a wolf that has like a starfish head that reveals teeth that come out. Yeah,
that's great.
That like suck the fear out of you.
That's dope. Very Witcher-ish.
Yeah, it's awful.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's the kind of horror. That's the kind of game I want to play.
Witcher RPG. Where's that?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Something I loved is so Jason created. He made a Gloomstalker, so like a ranger that specializes in being in the dark.
Oh yeah.
And being unseen, and he was so smug and with this like idea of like, oh, you know, things that have dark vision can't see me. So, you know, I'm just going to go off in the darkness and be undetectable. And at some point he's, if I can read it.
Bye.
At some point he's off because he's an archer, you know, but he's supposed to be away from the group. But then somebody just whispers in his ear. And it's like, you're not the only thing in the darkness here.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
That's funny.
Sure. Deborah, what are your favorite games? Like, I know you play like Tales from the Loop, Aliens. Is it just the roleplay aspect of these games? Do you like kind of the horror?
I tend to find that I like the ones that are more role-playing than like, I feel like it's more work to do the ones like D&D and stuff. Like I like the topics, but I'm finding that I'm enjoying more the ones that are more role-playing heavy.
Sure.
Like Tales from the Loop. I like Aliens. I liked I think we did that Everyone's John one. That was pretty fun.
That was fun. I listened to that one.
That was fun. So just stuff like that, I think is what I tend to enjoy more. And I think, you know, the groups that are, you know, around 6 people or less probably are easier to deal with too. So
absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, but I'm not as familiar with a lot of the other ones that you guys are involved with. So
if you ever find a game that you want to play, let us know. Like if you I'm trying to check on more of the OSR games, which are like the old school Renaissance, which are basically Morgborg is one of those, but it's also super dark, like me and Henry were just saying. But it's pretty much D&D, but stripping D&D down to just like the basic dice, right? Like you know, the average damage that you do is going to be a D6, a D8, you know, a D10, and not like a ton of. There's not a lot of number crunching, so that you can just kind of get into role playing, and there's a few features that your character can do. So yeah, that's cool.
To me, the one thing from Morgborg that's really fun to do is the omens. So everyone, imagine like inspiration in D&D, but everyone gets a certain amount of inspiration per day, and it lets you like reverse certain things. Like you can do it to like cancel a critical miss, or do double damage, or, you know, like it lets you like tweak, re-roll any dice. It could be your own or a monster's. It's like there's like a lot of like fun elements to it. But yeah, it's a lot easier to run like combat and stuff like that than D&D for sure.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of Dungeon World or heard anything about it? Because I mean,
that's supposed
to be a stripped down version, right?
I have it sitting right on my it's I bought it at the same time that I bought Tales from the Loop and Alien, and I read those before, and I have not read it yet.
Oh, really?
So
'Cause
I've been. You know, what's funny? You're gonna meet. I need to sit down and read it because I've been meaning to read it. But the only issue that with the way they publish the book is they publish it like a novel and not like a rule book. So it's kind of a difficult read. Even though I can read a novel very fast, it's hard for me to see it as like this is a rule book for a game. But I hear it's really easy, right? But it's like all the classes are there, but it's kind of like it's bound. The way you read through it is very much like a novel, and so it's harder to find things, you know. But it's very simple. But I hear good things about it for sure.
Yeah, because I'd be interested in playing that at some point. It sounds like an more narrative focused version of D&D, from what I understand, like simpler combat and all that.
If you find stuff, because like Aaron and I, well, Aaron doesn't have that much time anymore, but Aaron and I like running those like one-page RPGs where it's just like, I mean, there's like a Reddit group dedicated to it where people just create a game and it's like a one-page rule book.
Oh. I can't really see it.
Yeah, no, let me take my background.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of games that are just one page of like all the rules. Like Everyone is John was one of those.
Interesting.
We played Honey Heist. I don't think any of you guys played Honey Heist. Did you?
I think Kat's played it because
that's
she played
thick.
it with her friends.
Yeah.
That's like a thick novel.
Yeah, you see, but this is, and it's not all rules, but it's like some of this is character class, but just the way it's set up is like not as inviting to start reading. But I just haven't like dug into it yet.
Interesting.
But it's all, I think it's a D6 game as well. Sorry, Henry.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
Yeah, sorry. Go.
No. So yeah, Honey Heist is one that's a one-page RPG. So the rules, it's just one page, right? So it's very easy to like
just get into and run.
Get going. Yeah. There's another one that we played that's so much fun, and it's like super silly. It's called Kawaii Girls, and so everyone is a like high school Japanese girl. And so
is that how you pronounce it? Real
kawaii
instead of kaiju, like everybody else says. Like,
oh yeah. Is it Kaiju Girls? Oh no, it is Kaiju Girls.
Oh, it's okay, because kawaii means cute in Japanese.
Yeah, that's what.
Maybe okay. I don't know. Maybe I don't really know.
I think it is Kaiju Girls. I think you're right.
Because they just turn into big monsters, right? Like that.
Yeah. So all you're tracking is your stress, like, and as your girl gets really stressed out, she turns into a monster. The end. Like, and so like you just role play like a monster appearing in the middle of town, right? And like how like it's just super silly and super fun because you just. I mean, we played with a varied group of people and everyone's just acting like a high school girl, being like all sorts of drama and like, it's a ton of fun. But again, one page RPG, all you track is stress. It's all role play, like narrative.
Did you ever play the one that Aaron was gonna run? Was another one page about being the orcs? It's like the orc love, like it's like
big gay orcs.
Big gay orcs. Yeah, like I know he was gonna run that one as well. They're like all these like orcs that are like about to go to war the next day, and they just get like it's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like
orcs,
you're all orcs. You're all orcs in your like fort or whatever, and an like incoming army is coming the next day at dawn. They're gonna attack you at dawn, so you have one night, and everybody has like a different class. They give you a class and like what your goal is in life, and so it's like, what do you do on your last night alive, right? Like, do you confess your love? Are you like gonna try to fulfill your goal on life? Like whatever the story, whatever you want to like narratively play out, but it's like the last night alive. There was one that I read that I feel like it's very therapeutic, but I don't know how much like quote unquote fun it would be. And I think it's called like Gino's Pizza Shop, and everybody gets letters. Like you kind of like do like a little alphabet thing, and everybody is like, so Gino's like the owner of a pizza shop and he dies, and so everyone has to pick a family member of Gino, and then write like, you know how when you drive by a pizza shop it has like the little sign where you can like like the advertising like the pizza or the deal of the day or whatever, but it's like, what would you write to Gino knowing he died? And so then like what you do is like, but you go through the 7 stages of grief. So like the first one would be denial. So like, what would you write in the denial stage? But everybody plays someone different. So like Malcolm, you'll be his wife, and like Colin, you can be his kid, like whatever, like one
creative.
could be like,
that's a creative
I'd play that game.
yeah. But then like every round that you go through
kids come and steal letters off your sign, so you have to randomly pick letters out of your alphabet deck and then build a new message with a different layer of like your sign, you know, like the different stages of
that's a complication. Interesting.
Yeah.
That could get hard.
That sounds,
that could get interesting.
That sounds, I mean, it's like word games with like psychological.
Yeah, I feel I could be very therapeutic. I just don't know how much fun it would be. You know,
it's an interesting concept.
Might get a little hard, get difficult.
I feel like you don't really need a dungeon master or game master for that one. It's just kind of like
it's just kind of run through the rules.
Yeah,
that's it, like collectively as a group.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, I'm gonna head out. I've gotta go, but I will talk to you guys later.
Later, Deborah. Good seeing you.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. So Shania, I would totally recommend playing the different games. Like Blades is fun.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to play some more games.
if that's your thing. It's not for everyone, so.
Sounds a little dark for me. I don't know.
I won't lie to you. It's
don't jump into Morgborg unless you're ready.
I'm not as dark as you guys. I'm not. I actually really love.
I will say that Henry has not trying to get Colin back, but he's lightened it up a bit. And since Henry has gone off of, because if I'm fair, Henry, you were running your own. You were running a certain game. You were running like pre-made Morgborg dungeons. And now he's kind of doing his own kind of addition to the world, and it's dark, but it's not as, like he said, it was in the last couple games. It's been myself and Renee
the rest of the players
bringing a lot of the darkness to the game. It wasn't like we spent our whole last game in a noble house at a party, like the whole game we're at the party. And some shit, it definitely got dark at one point, but it wasn't like it wasn't as oppressive as that one. Like I said, that I told Henry that one game was like, that was a rough one.
That's the one, Colin played.
That was the only one where I felt like every decision I made was a bad decision, and that's a rough game to play. And you know what's funny, as a DM, I learned something that game because I needed to be a player to see that. Right, I needed to understand that you have to be playing the game to understand that every bad decision felt that way.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and
at
I
the
learned
same
a lot.
time, like some decisions were worse decisions.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I have to share with the
bad decisions and worse.
Of all the bad things, I think the worst was the room with like the room with the chair in it.
Yes.
So there's a point where we're going through this dungeon, and I think Malcolm discovers like a secret doorway.
Eddie,
and he opens the door, and Henry's like, you find a room, and the walls are made of flesh.
Oh.
The walls, the floor,
there's
and
a lot
the
of that.
And in the middle of the room is a chair. And we're just like, nope, closing the door.
Yeah,
nope.
We literally just like, no, thank you. Next.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, I learned a lot as a DM in that one because every time I would describe something, you look at the screen and like all three players were like with their hands in their face, like, oh shit, like I don't want to play this game anymore. I could see it in your faces, like I could.
There wasn't even a room that made us like, that tricked us. It was just like, because I remember like the first room had like, first of all, we smelling delicious food, so you're trying to role play the idea that you're being drawn in on the foods, but you just know it's all bad from the get go because there should be no delicious foods in Morgborg. Then you get like find that room. We find a room where people are worshiping these like statues, and then we find a room on the side where the statues are walking around with bowls on their head full of this like ichor, like this stuff. And so like it just was, every single room was like, I don't want to be here. So we like literally, I think we all just tried to escape. And I think one of the worst things to do in a dungeon is to just say, I run back to the beginning, because the DM is going to do something that's probably worse because you're running away from the problem that you're supposed to solve. But even myself, knowing that, was like, I gotta get out of here. And we go back, and sure enough, we fight the very thing that we ran from in the first place, which were these like giant birds that were tearing people's heads off. And then like they were like giant crows with tentacles that came out of like where their legs would be. And so this thing had like put the tentacles inside of this guy's body that it took his head. So it was like a crow's body on top of this armored knight. And we had to fight this thing. And he almost murdered all of us, but somehow we made it. And then we had this fucking giant god like Cthulhu thing that was hovering at the end of the game. We're just like, we're all gonna, like, no matter what we did, we're just like, we're gonna die. We're gonna die.
Yeah, I couldn't let you guys leave on a happy note. I was
Nope.
It was
On
a guy
theme.
lost his dog that episode. Like, it was just so rough. I got like carried down the stream. But you know what? There's something to be said about going through that board game. I still wouldn't have it any other way, but it did. Yeah. I do think the newer games have been more, you know, I think you've done some really good things that have made them more enjoyable.
Yeah, I think one thing too that we talked about was because I was just running modules. The way Morkborg is designed, because it's very much designed to be like one shots, like one and done. Like they're dungeon crawls, right? You come in, you do the dungeon, you leave, and you're done, right? And game's over. And when you do that, one, I felt like narratively confined because like the world's already created. Like it was hard for me to add something that made you want to stay in that room, right? Like it was harder to like incorporate that. And so when I after that last session with Colin, like I decided, I was like, okay, I need to like step away from the dungeon crawl. And even if I create a dungeon crawl, make it narratively driven, and instead of just throw people into a place. And so when I did the one where Malcolm got all gross with descriptions, it took us like an hour before we even got into the dungeon, where you guys were walking around town and getting like the backstory of like the nobleman, why he wanted you to like invade the castle and like all these things. It took like an hour of like hype and just narratively getting everybody invested, and then I put him in a dungeon, and I felt like that flowed a lot better.
That dungeon was fun too, because like, I mean, it literally was the 1980s. It was like running. It was literally Running Man, but in medieval day, and so it felt fast and furious in that way that like you could not slow down in this dungeon because you knew you had to keep moving. Like, you know, it was like no time to camp or rest. You know, you knew people were watching you and enjoying your pain. You know, like that made it was
a game show.
Really cool. It was a game.
It was
yeah,
a game
they
show.
put us in a game show. They knocked us out. They nailed our weapons to our hands, and then they put us in a pit,
Interesting
in a maze. Yeah.
I like that. I mean, it's like the narrative structure. Like you got to have the setup, the pacing, the tension, and it's got to like have a certain flow and order to it to like build it up properly.
Yeah.
So it's like
I realize I've been asked what my worst, like what I need to, like what I hate or like what I struggle with the most as a dungeon master, and I think I like last time I asked that question, I answered completely probably false now that I think about it, but I'm with Henry. Like the thing I struggle with are dungeons, and it's called Dungeons and Dragons, but they're my least favorite thing about Dungeons and Dragons. Like I pull them out and I study them, and I have some favorite dungeons that I want to run, but I realize when I start running them, I lose like all control over narrative and story, and then I'm just kind of stuck going from like, what's this room got in it? What's this room not got in it?
Right.
What could happen in this room? What could not happen in this room? And it feels, you're right. I feel like I'm kind of just like, okay, I'm just kind of computing, like I'm kind of like the video game, you know, like, okay, load monsters, rinse and repeat.
Right.
It feels weird unless the dungeon, like you said, has really interesting puzzles and things like that. So
it can be restrictive, like my understanding of the way like old school Dungeons and Dragons, it was very like the DM against the players, and you know having to get through these tricks, and so if the players don't use the method that you anticipate, then they're probably going to fail.
Yeah.
So like last game when I had them face like this, basically like this demigod, and challenge them to a game, and it was that 7-headed monster that I had you guys play.
Yeah.
And so they were in a party, right? And so they end up in this room, and this guy appears magically, right? And he challenges them to go to a game, and it was a game of guessing numbers. So everyone was going to hold out a fist and count like numbers, and then whoever guessed the number correctly first wins. And Renee was like, well, I'm going to change the rules of the game. I'm going to stab the guy's hand and like limit the amount of numbers he can use, right? Because his hands are tied to a table. And to Colin's point, like I think a lot of things with riddles is that riddles have one answer. And I've played in games where the DM is like very strict, and it's like,
unless you come up with the exact answer that I'm looking for, we're not moving forward. And
Yep.
it's hard because I don't know the context you're coming from when you create it, right? Like
Yep.
so sometimes it's easy, like if it's like a very childish clue or whatever, I can get it. But like a lot of times, like it's like the DM's being too clever, right? And so the player's never gonna win, right? Like you can never win against that. And so I could have been like, no, Renee, that's not how I want to play this game, right? Like, and in that mentality of like player versus DM, like the player's always gonna lose. I'm in control of this world. Like,
Yeah,
let's be honest, right?
You're getting fucked.
But letting players have some authority in that, like Renee cheating in that game, made it so much more fun, right? Like, because even when he did it, like I just looked at Malcolm. I was watching Malcolm for your reaction.
He's gonna get us killed. Like I was like, we're about to die.
Malcolm was shitting bricks in his corner over there, and I was just watching it, enjoying it. I was like, good, Renee's fucking this up.
Good.
Like, not really, but like,
because that's what Renee does in games. So I'm like, Renee's about to get my character killed because he's always stabbing somebody. Like this dude's he does, and this is what he didn't do in our Theros game. But this is a god character. He says, "Play the game," and he's like, "I'm going to," he leans in to stab his hand with a knife, and I'm like, "Bro, there's only 2 players in this mortarboard game. You're gonna get us killed." And when I saw Henry say, "All right," and lets him stab him, I'm like, okay, he's so powerful. He's just entertaining us. Okay, let's roll with this and see where we go.
Interesting.
I was just waiting for the SmackDown to come. I was like, oh well, yeah. I just kept waiting for that game to just go completely awry. I couldn't believe like I even made it out. And that's that cool thing where you're like, as a DM, where you like you said, you give those. I felt like where maybe I should have felt like, oh, maybe the DM is helping us, but I did it. I was like, oh shit, we made it out of there. Like I felt really good at the end of that game, and even
that's true. In those moments, it's like, oh shit, we're all gonna die. Because I would think like your options are you either solve the riddle exactly as it is, or this thing is just gonna kill you all. But there's like this gradient where it escalates, and like there's other ways to like handle the tension and resolve it, I guess.
And that's that kind of like that balance that you just try to play with as a DM, because I'm sure like Storm King's Thunder, you guys have been kicking ass, and that's not been me pulling any punches, but I'm sure a lot of players, I don't know, you could actually tell me if you think that, but last night's game, I feel like some people were waiting for me to step in with Bahamut or with a save, and I think everybody was kind of leaning in, waiting for the save, and they were like, oh shit, like.
No, I could tell like you leaning into it, being like, okay, like this is not good, and I was sort of acting out, praying to Bahamut, and I was like, and trying to like see what would happen. But I was like, if he says no, I'm just gonna like go with it and keep crying and just like assume
that was a tough one.
I was ready for that.
Because I think you saw it in me because I asked him. I was like, do you really want to do that? Like we had a character who they're in the planes of air, and so now they're just like there's nothing but earthbergs, like these floating pieces of landmass. And I've made it very clear that, like, so what saved this party throughout the entire game that we've been playing? There's been a lot of falling because they've been fighting in the air a lot.
Featherfall.
Thunder, but everybody cast Featherfall. And I made sure that they knew this. I was like, listen, you can cast Featherfall, but you can also fall forever. Falling forever with Featherfall does not help you from falling forever. It's because there's no land to hit. This is a place where once you fall past the clouds, no one has ever known where someone goes. It's just a fall. And
so one of the characters is just like, nope, I don't care. He's
he was trying to save Sean's character.
Save me.
But like we had made it clear that there were several other people already trying to save Sean's character. So
we're all like, I'm good. Don't worry. He's like, no, I go after him. And like, okay, oh shit, bye.
It was sad because it was funny because there was one player who just started playing with this Jameson. I remember he was like, because at the end it was funny because Sean was like, well, I died, but he was like, all you guys, he's like, he's like, everybody go around and tell me, say some good things about my character, like he was kind of doing that.
He was milking it. He was like, oh yeah, you're crying. Okay. Tell me more.
Jameson had met him like 2 weeks ago, so Jameson was like, I don't have nothing good to say about him. That was a stupid move. Like he was pretty much like,
he was calling him out. Yeah, he was calling him out. He was like, Dude, you had like it was obvious that you should not have jumped. Like, oh God.
Like Jameson was not leading into the role
He was
play
not at all.
He was like sitting
He was
home
like, dude, the guy just said the Arakocra was going to save him. What are you doing?
he's like, bro, what are you doing? I'm not shedding a tear for that guy. He's like, fuck that guy. Like,
That's amazing.
Yeah.
oh
funny.
man, yeah, it was good. Oh,
Love
yeah.
it.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
All right, well, I'm going to have some nightmares.
Yeah. Well, if you have nightmares from the Seeks and Android, then just keep play with this again, because.
Oh yeah, I will.
Before we go, when are you planning on doing the next game? Or like,
I am realistically going to try to put these. I know I always say I'm going to do them early, but I'm probably going to try to plan these because I have a good setup for the next game, I think. So my goal is to do one Tales from the Loop, which I didn't do one Tales from the Loop and one Alien every month. So I didn't get to Tales from the Loop last month. So I think there will be a Tales from the Loop in May, but I also think I can fit an Alien in this month as well. So I would probably say that Tales from the Loop will probably be early and Alien will be at the end of May.
You're doing Theros also and Storm King's Thunder?
And doing Theros and Storm King's Thunder.
Okay, wow.
Yes,
impressive.
I am batshit
that
crazy.
That is impressive.
And don't do a lot of things in my life other than think about D&D in the shower, on the toilet, sleeping, not sleeping, with my wife. She's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm trying to figure some shit out in my head. Like, they keep doing shit that's throwing me off. Today's game vexed me for a while because I had it, but like there's some days, like there's certain days where I have like the game, and there's other days where I'm like working on the game all the way up until the game. And today was one of those games I felt like I was working on it in my mind all the way up until we played.
Honestly, like I'm like that too with Morkborg, especially because it's hard to be that like in that world for too long mentally.
True.
But like at work, I'll just listen to music, like all types of music, like pop, sludge metal. Like I'm like, how does this fit? Like, what room does this build off of? Like, and like I'm just like you, like all the time. I'm like, no, this is good. Oh, this is good. No, this is not gonna work out. Yeah, this cool. Like, yeah.
And it was funny because I know we're going, but it was supposed to be. So when I talked to Sean, I was originally to hit him up and was like, I don't know how to get you in this game, so I can make you an android.
Right.
And then I was like, well, maybe there's a Weyland Yutani android for like emergencies that would activate. And then we got on a call on Monday, and as we're talking it through, I'm like, no, dude, he's like, you said you want to be a scientist.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit, a scientist stows away, one of the people working on the shit. And then I was like, this is a great way for them to get that weapon back that they wanted so badly, right? Back into the narrative. And he came up with most of it. I just was like, oh shit, the thing he was like, I'm studying this thing. And I'm like, oh yeah, I know what you're studying. Like,
that's cool. Yeah.
So,
that's interesting.
So we just kind of worked it all back in. And I was like, okay, so yeah, you're not you don't need to be an android. You just need to be a stowaway. And then I was like, okay, scrap the android. And I was like, but I could still use an android. It's like
the dark red eye, the red eyes glowed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Malcolm Android.
Oh man, all good stuff. Well, I'll try to get these set up soon. I definitely want to get another. This was fun. I want to keep Alien. I want to keep the momentum going this time. So the goal is to get a game up a lot sooner than later for sure. Yeah,
sounds good.
Awesome.
See you guys soon then.
See you soon. Yeah.
Take it easy, guys.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Take care.